puppies, please. And you lot, freaking terrors, the lot of you. Bless you all, you are exhausted.
Non-paradox.
Oh, does that balance it out, Bacon? Does it? Lizzie, I did not think this was going to be a quiet day. I did not say I thought it was going to be a quiet day. I've used no such language. Oh, and no, Phyllis, no, I did just push the button. It's because bloody Lizzie, Bacon, and Puns were all messing with me before I pushed go live. Yeah, sorry for starting so late, but none of it's due to bad stuff. We made a special sunshade for Amos because he was lying out in the sun on the balcony and overheating. Doing getting laundry all sorted before GDC, checking my passports and my posts and whatnot, all the good stuff. So, feckin' y'all. So to all of you, Watto and welcome! Van Beast, Legend, and begrudgingly, Bacon Avenger, Pun Spectre. The fact was, Fiona was trying to tell me something about their accommodation for PAX, and y'all just kept popping off on the side, and Fiona just keeps cackling. And Puns, no one knows what's on deck today. I don't know what's on deck today. Welcome to fucking wild mode. Also, there's little watch streaks are quite curious. Thank you, Lizzie, for making an announcement. And that very true statement. I did not say such things.
Shenanigans ensue.
That's you lot. You lot are the shenanigans. I've been bloody sensible today. Anyway, more importantly, how are you all doing? Thank you to Sayland and Squad for keeping me company last night while I did my nails. I don't know if you can... Oh, it's got to turn the bloody light on. There we go. I don't know if the camera will show it. Oh, it's not too bad. I went for a simpler design, so I've just gone for kind of like a black and like a metallic midnight blue, and just some like the Titans test team decals. That was it. Lizzie's grouping up their death dice now. That's a wonderful little pastime. I mean, I can't be the only one that really enjoys like either organising dice or like just sitting down with a buttload of Magic the Gathering cards and just putting them into binders. I can't be the only person that likes that, right? The only body what like good word thing stuff. I know how to speak people words. Fucking hell. People words are hard puns. Hey!
What ho?
What ho indeed, Crux. How are you doing? But no, I'm getting myself psyched for GDC. I'm getting myself pumped. Like I said, I'm flying at fuck you o'clock this morning, but a very kind friend has offered to drive me down there. So, I'm so grateful. You'll probably be seeing me nattering away for many hours. And then, yeah, the adventure begins. There will be heroes, there will be villains, there will be legends, new powers shall rise, old shall fall. And I'm just going to be spending most of my time in the gardens or making video stuff for you lot. I'm going to do my absolute darndest, even if it's just on my phone, to video record as much of GDC as possible.
Do you know why helium is so expensive? It's because of all the inflation.
I'm not saying thank you. No puns. No. I am not saying thank you. Can't make me. Actually, we can. Thank you for the bits, even though you're being an absolute monster. Thank you, yo.
Wild and wonderful music.
Alright, now let's invite the citizens of the internet to come join us. For as long as Twitter still exists, I might as well get something out of it. No, Fearless, please, do not. I don't do loan equipment when it comes to events, because if it dies, I can't afford to replace it. Thank you very kindly for the offer. It's a personal rule of mine for events. I once had a one-armed man try and steal my tripod from work when we took the... Oh god, I forget what it's called in LA. The basically they're equivalent of like the tube / light rail / BART / what have you. And yeah, this one-armed guy followed us from the convention center, screaming, "Sega's back, baby! Sega's back!" And then tried to steal my bag, and it was very awkward. It wasn't like he tried to beat the shit out of me or anything like that. He just tried to like take it off my shoulder while looking at me, and I was like, "No." And he's like, "No." I'm like, "No, please stop." It was someone probably high off their gourd, and someone being incredibly English at the same time. Oh, and Lizzie threw the dice groupage. And yeah, Wolfcrat, it does sound like the setup for a joke, but unfortunately it wasn't. It was just me being badly robbed. But yeah, so it's nothing against your good self, Fearless. It's just it's a personal rule for events because anything can happen. And like, if it's something that I own, then I can just sadly wave goodbye to it. Or if it's something that's like a company thing, at least it comes on insurance. But like, you know, you hear stories about people borrowing somebody's like sweet like 4 or 5 grand camera, and then it gets nicked, or someone body checks them, and they're like, "Oh, this the thing I borrowed, I must now replace." Like, that's not fun at all. And Ozymandias. Nice. Oh, Puns did the old lending a book out and it returned several decades later. Anyway, how are you all doing, friends? As I said, I'm getting set up for GDC. I'm breaking in my new shoes. They were $30. Very proud of them. Should I have broken them in before the day before? Absolutely. But there we go. Given to rant, I'm also on the coffee train, but mostly because this coffee is a lot weaker than our usual, so I have to get many cups in to catch you all up. I've got my stack of t-shirts, both fair and foul, and everything else is in the wash. So yeah. I know, I'm so fucking exciting. I will say though, I didn't think I was gonna... Where is it? Exo Prime. I did not think I did not think this was going to be a game we'd be talking about. So Exoprimal announced, I want to say the Game Awards last year. The early access beta for that has been available, and there's a handful of peeps I know who are playing it. So Tuna, who if you don't know is a good friend of ours, has been getting stuck into it. And when I saw Exoprimal, I was like, okay, this looks like they want to do a looter-shooter, but instead of the standard affair, it's, you know, power armor versus dinosaurs. Alright, that's pretty interesting. I watched some gameplay of it today, and I watched someone dual-wield pistols while doing breakdancing moves while shooting flying dinosaurs of varying kinds. Like, I don't know if this is going to be good per se, but this is some maximum cheese tier Capcom nonsense. You know? Oh.
My pan just recently got out of prison. It just finished a really long sentence. And my marker just got charged with a felony, so it's now on their permanent record.
How do I delete someone else's Twitch account? Just asking for a friend? God damn it. I mean, thank you, because you are doing me a damage via the medium of keeping this whole thing going, but still, thank you so much. Anyway, also Legend of Morrowind, yeah, it does look very flashy, but it seems like it's something we talked about a lot when Anthem started to kind of show its true colors in how there's only so much promise, there's only so much that you can allude to in your trailers before you actually have to start delivering. And at least from seeing some live gameplay of this, they haven't gone for kind of, you know, the everything game Destiny 2 style. That they are doing their own weird squad-based EDF versus dinosaurs. They're also using some incredible swarm technology. So in the trailer, we saw this scene where, I believe it was the Tokyo Tower, but it's just raining dinosaurs in this, like, just like they're being poured over like liquid. And I was like, oh, that's a pretty cool thing for a CGI trailer. But no, they're using, it's very evocative of World War Z's swarm tech, where they just pour dinosaurs on them. The character classes are fucking ridiculous. There's a witch, a samurai, there's, the gun dual-wield toting dancer, which is in full boogie mode. And I gotta admit, this is starting to pique my interest. Like, I can't see us streaming a buttload of it because experientially it's very similar to things like EDF and World War Z and stuff like that. But I can see it being a lot of fun to play. And you know, for me to be saying that about a AAA game, it has to be doing something interesting. The only question I'll have to ask myself is how much of a weeb do I want to be in this? Because yeah, like the samurai power armor is full on cheese. So honestly, like, this might be the return of like the fresh-faced wacky Capcom that, you know, we came to know and love. Sorry, Puns was like, on the question of how much we merely say yes. Unleash your inner Jetstream Sam. Jetstream Sam was so fucking cool. A magazine of ammo to allow him to draw even more quickly. Alright, apparently I've forgotten how to speak today. Oh, fascinating. Phyllis, I didn't know that. I can't remember if it was the DLC or if it was like an unlockable at the end that let you play as Jetstream Sam in Metal Gear Solid Revengeance. Fucking wild game. It still blows my mind that out of all the Metal Gear Solids to get like the viral treatment, Revengeance was the one that got picked up. It still blows my mind. Oh, Martin, it was DLC, thank you. I mean, I can't remember the word for doing things quickly, so... My brain's feckin' Swiss cheese today. And lads, GDC! Getting all psyched. Although a villain from my past has raised their hideous visage. Yeah. Someone who I am detested to have to interact with again is going to be at GDC this year, so... But I've known about that for a little bit. It was just like today I kind of had to come to the acceptance of it. But it's fine. I got a squad of people. I'm happy. I know what I'm doing. Nah, Fearless, it'll be fine, mate. It'll be fine. I'll tell you about it more when we actually hang out at GDC. Okay. There is another guy in the games industry who looks uncannily like me. GDC 2019, I think it was? Was it 19? The one where me and Ket went. Or was that 18? God, fucking time travel, friends. Anyway, everyone kept saying, yo, Will, there's this person what looked like you. And it was uncanny. Except for the fact that they were very young. It was unsettling. Thankfully, I've put on a bit more weight since then, so it's not quite so eerie. But still. I mean, Squareback, they could be a me clone, but I wasn't involved in the process, so, you know, we're kind of looking at a, you know, a Will Till Gear Solid situation. I'm not sure which one I am. And Lizzie, would that you could. Would you that you could. But, but no, that's pretty much it, long and short, about, like, GDC flavored nonsense. There hasn't really been anything else like going on video game wise because, you know, most of the industry is either going to PAX or GDC, both which are happening next week. So it does mean that anything that pops off in the games news is just going to be drama.
There you go again, flapping out your doppelganger. Stop it, you're gonna catch a cold.
Ah! And Bacon, thank you for the bit. And Fearless, that is how I hope all of my clone battles will end. Although that does mean, like, depending on who I am in this situation, like, am I the Will that gets old really quickly? Am I hand control power Will? Or am I the Will that was president that turned out to be a dual katana wielding Doc Ock samurai? God, I love Metal Gear Solid, it's fucking dumb. Liquid Will or Solid Will? Yeah, that's a good point, Vanabees. I'm definitely not hand control Will. I'm definitely not Liquid Will. Actually, Legend, it was Solidus, but it should have been Gaseous. Liquid Will is just a full name for gin. Fucking yo. Vanderbeest, yes, there is an old CRT TV back there. I actually have all the pieces to hook up any kind of any console to it. I just haven't had the time. Life's not been good to me outside of stream. So, yeah, what I've wanted to have is basically have that running in the background, partially as a prop, but partially kind of as like a, I don't know, like a comfort thing. Lance, I do not have to address that terrible joke, and you can't make me. Anyway, like I said, how are you all doing?
It's time for
Like,
Jet Set Classic.
tell me your tales.
This track ain't
I'm
seen
hearing
a
really,
lot
really
of
good
places
stuff
in
about
30 years.
the Resident Evil 4
Once I
remake,
dust it off,
which
I'ma let
after
I'ma
binging
let
the demo
rip.
doesn't
So
surprise me.
Listen up.
God. For those who was asking, Sea of Thieves last night was fun. Sage was very drunk, and I probably shouldn't have taken the tired, the sleepy, and the shit-faced to the adventures that we went on. We didn't get one of the bloody chests of fortune, which I'm very grumpy about. But yeah, as I was saying to peeps last night on Discord, it's like, you know, I was too focused. I was too focused on wanting to get the chest. I wasn't paying attention to my crew. That's crime. But the idea of a pirate captain being too obsessed with the treasure than paying attention to their crew, that does feel very, very on point.
Jet Set Classic.
Like this. Like that. Like this. Like that. Like this. Like that.
So we have liquid snake and solid snake, and after eating way too much chili we'll have gassy snake.
Spot on, Wolfcrad, and thank you for the bits. Also, Moose, Watto, and welcome. Yeah, and Martin, sorry about that one. We got hit with a little lag spike there, but it seems to have leveled out. Oh yeah, and so yeah, Bacon, I watched the same videos that you did, and I thought it would be just from the Fort of the Damned, because it's such a big fight, right? No, it's from the Forts of Fortune around the map. That's why the Reapers weren't even bothering with us. I was also doing the math the other day, like, how long it would take me to get to, like, legendary status in PvP. Even though I'm not really good at PvP, and I'd want it for the Galleon, I would have to lose about 392 matches of Sea of Thieves to be able to level the, be able to get my rep up enough.
Create my zone prone, cutting them with an old movie on, and I'm gone. So if you're calling me to come back to the streets and get freaks, please, I ain't even trying to compete. 24-hour party, people don't sleep, don't drink, don't eat like we do. I leave you be if you let me be too, but I can't see you when you need to. Get in trouble, you just wanna get in trouble. Do the hustle, everybody do the hustle. Get in trouble, you just love to get in trouble. Do the hustle, everybody do the hustle.
Sorry, bear with me just a second, friends.
I wish I could live like you, but I can't be a man.
And yes, Lawrence, yeah, Fiona with my assistance, because let's be honest, it's easy to know who the brains of the operation was, but yeah. Amos has been really enjoying the sun. Now we're having kind of like faux spring here. Okay, so if you're not aware of it, Seattle and I guess Washington as a whole has fucking weird seasons. And right now we are having what's called faux spring. So like the weather right now is fucking gorgeous outside. And it's gonna go back to being shitty and cold in maybe a few days, maybe a week or two. Don't ask me how it happens. I've stopped consulting the clouds, but Amos is loving it. However, he doesn't. He likes lying in the sun until he gets like super overheated and then comes and he's like, I'm so warm. Why did I do that? And he'll kind of flop on the ground until it cools down. And he'll be like, you know, I'm gonna go lie out in the sun some more. That sounds great. Bacon Avenger. Nice. So today Fiona rigged up 2 umbrellas to create like a little sunshade for Amos, so he doesn't overheat too badly. I'm fucking bless him. That's my boy.
Just understand, you know I really like you, but I must a plan. Don't thrive on inhibition. Body people wanna dance with me, like they know there's no chance for me. Please don't let it stop when they don't know what I'm not.
Yeah, you know what, Lance? That's a better way of looking at it. In Seattle, we get summer, like a sneak preview. We get the trailer for summer before second winter. Hey, Wolfbrad. That is very cool of you, and thank you kindly. Oh, actually, so Moose and Lizzie are here. I don't know if Caffeine's about, but agreed. So let's get the new Longship Discord invite link sorted now. Alright, so I can now update Nightbot. And we'll update the Twitch page as well. I figure we'll do this while I'm away. Because here's the thing, friends. I'm really proud. I'm unable to speak. I'm very proud of our little corner of the internet. Like, I genuinely love spending time with you all on Discord. And I don't know if you all notice, like, I get grumpy after a while if we haven't had, like, a good hangout session or an evening or what have you. So, yeah. If you ever feel like there's anybody that would benefit from coming and hanging out with us or would enjoy it, I can invite them. Like, that should be a new link to get things going. We only killed it because my dumbass pissed off the internet like a stupid.
Lesson 1. Basic dip.
Alright, so that's
Basic
done there.
dip is the concept of digging.
Now, how do I update the link in the doobly-doo?
Well, you know, man, like when you dig
I think I have to actually bring up the page. Alright.
baby.
And you know what, Martin, that's a good point. Like, if I pissed off exactly the kind of people on the internet that I'm happy that we did.
Lesson 2. Vocabulary building.
Alright.
No doubt some of
There
the
we go.
expressions Mr. Romo has just used are unfamiliar to you. Let's examine some of these phrases more closely.
Okay, so dear friends, you can now invite people using exclamation Discord here, clicking the link in the doobly-doo or what have you. So here's the question, what are you going to do when I'm fecked off for a week? Like, I'm going to try and stream while I'm in the field. I know I promised that last year, but I also got charred to a crisp and I was a little embarrassed to stream in front of you all with my face just fucking burned. Oh, lovely. So, Lance, the question is, what are you going to be playing? Sorry, and forgive me while I'm multi-track Drifty Potato. Trying to sort a gajillion things all at once. Because I think most of the Longship squad that are going to GDC are either on their way now or are heading over. Now, plus we have people who are already based out of there. And Angel Kalina, Watto and welcome.
I'm just gonna sit here and collect more jokes. Like, I've lost some weight by wearing bread on my head. It's my new loaf hat diet.
Fuck's sake. Sorry, Puns, I was desperately trying to think of a way to respond, a way to retort. I have nothing. You know exactly what you're doing, monstrous criminal. no. No. Fucking hell. Pun Spectre, please report to the Shadow Realm at your earliest convenience. And then please come back. Fucking terrorism, are you? Oh, Lizzie, let me pretend. Let me pretend like I have something that even smells vaguely like a modicum of control. Well, puns, no one's ever questioned your ability in that space. Oh, shit! Oh, sorry, friends. Going back to our previous banter about Exoprimal. Exoprimal's coming to Game Pass. We don't have to spend $60 in case it's not good! Angel Killing us like, oh, Will, you can have a little control. As a treat. Oh. One must bend like the reed, rather than be rigid, like a stick up someone's bum-bum. Because one breaks, one bends. Sun Tzu said that. And I think he knows a little bit more about war than you do. Because he invented it, and then he perfected it so that no man could best him on the field of battle. And then he took his fight money, and he bought 2 of every animal. And he beat the crap out of them. That's why, whenever there's a large collections of animals together, it's called a zoo. Unless it's a farm. How has no one beaten TF2 for bands? Like, hey! Hookshots at the airport. Back in Yol. I have gotten my stuff together. Clothes are in the wash. I'm just kind of at that like holding pattern mode. I'm ready to fly. Oh no, Hookshot, I'm absolutely allowed to fly. Fucking yo. So is this the long leg of your journey, Hookshot? Because in which case, good luck, friend. Good luck. Legend, I do know where my towel is. Okay, so Hookshot just got their domestic connecting flight. Oh, I mean, even a domestic flight in Australia is hours. So, GG no re. At least you're not flying to the feckin' East Coast. Oh. Shit's painful. Everything in Australia is ours, including the spiders. It's no longer even worth measuring them in, like, you know, centimeters and meters. You measure those spiders in hours. Ah, fearless, very fancy, very fancy. I'm a one-bag kind of traveler, so I'll just have my backpack with, you know, essentials, clothes, etc. Every feckin' GDC, I bring like a Switch or like a little games console or something. I barely play them on the feckin' plane and stuff, and when I get there, I'm like, why am I even doing this? I mean, Angel Kalina, I'm definitely with you there. Like, now that I don't have to travel for work, like, flying has retained a little bit of its novelty once more. Like, oh, I'm going to be on a plane. It goes up and down. As opposed to, like, staring myself in the face on a fucking 16-hour flight, trying not to just have an ugly toddler meltdown because I can't sleep. Actually, Fearless, that's a smart play. Bring in the Stream Deck, so when people tell you about cool indie shit, you can be like, and got it, and trying it, and oh, would you look at that? I'm kind of wondering what game I'm going to be obsessed with this time. Okay, sorry. I have this habit, and I never intend it. Like, I don't sit down and think about it ahead of time, but each year at, like, GDC and PAX, there's one game I just have to kind of think about. Oh, fuck yeah. Would you grab us a tiny fork so I can stuff this melon into my face? Fiona doesn't like orange. So, like, in previous years, it's been stuff like the Blackout Club and things like that. This year, who fucking knows? Probably Attica and King of the Castle. And yeah, Fearless, I remember you were saying, so I look forward to meeting him. Yeah, Bacon. That sympathy was very, very appreciated because, like, you know, there weren't any, like, direct flights from New Zealand, so it was like... Yeah. It was either, like, Seattle to Auckland, then Auckland to Dunners, or it was, like, Seattle up to either LAX or down to San Francisco, and then that over to Australia, and it sucked. I will say the LAX lounge was nice, and probably stopped me from just leaving this plane of existence. And when I say leave this plane of existence, what I mean is, like, just like Back to the Future Part 2ing it out, just like peace, and I just fade out of existence. I got melon. Oh, fancy.
On the mic with the lyrical weapons, let it bang just to keep y'all stepping. Tokyo Coke is a city I'm repping. Art and music collab in the section.
Yeah, I think Attica and King of the Castle are going to be the two I'm ranting about, because King of the Castle's legacy mode is so smart. Because here's the thing, it's not the first Twitch integration game we have, and it's certainly not the first Twitch integration game we played. Caffeine, water, and welcome! Blood, we're running out of options. The rich are in their houses. We're gonna buy their coffins. I wish I knew my future. I dream about it often. I sharpen weapons softly from now. There ain't no stopping. It very is. Sorry, Kathy was saying cleaning gutters is a lot harder than they remember. It very is. But yeah, I think Attica's gonna be one I'm raving about because so many open world games that we have had, and so many of them have been so dull and so bland. And, you know, Attica was a tiny project, which essentially was created more as a showcase for Unity assets than anything else. And I'm still thinking about it now. Like, the fact that it treated me with a level of, like, respect is something that I haven't felt in a while, you know what I mean? Like, it was an open world game that had smart solutions. Well, it had sensible solutions to smart problems, right? You need to find out where a thing on the fucking rails are. What do? Well, you follow the train tracks. Once you follow the train tracks, you get to the train yard. You look around the train yard until you find a control tower, and the control tower shows you where all the other trains go, all the track names. But it doesn't do it in such a manner as to be like cutscenes or unlockables or just like text boxes you script. You look at a Beckett map in a control room and you go, oh, it's there. It's so simple when you say it out loud, but feckin' hell. Apparently, sorry, to Caffeine's cleaning gutters is hard to remember. Martin added, you could say it's draining. Are you all just in some kind of like heinous Saturday pun mood? Is it just we do a damage to each other through the medium of puns? Is this where we are today? But yeah, so jumping back, the other reason why I think King of the Castle is going to be on my my banter top docket, and my banter docket is because I really love legacy board games. King of the Castle is simultaneously a group party game, and it's also a spectacle game on Twitch. But that carry through is so good. Caffeine has decided to replay Assassin's Creed Odyssey. See, remains as decent as I remember. I mean, visually, it is gorgeous. Like, you're not going to have a horrible time. I swear by the old. It's like Pun Spectre just high-fived Martin and they just tagged out with terrible jokes. Sorry, Martin was saying that on the decision to play Assassin's Creed Odyssey, one might call it a Sisyphean undertaking. Proud of that one? Proud of that one? Pons is like, what? Me? Ooh, that sounds lovely. Caffeine has a moderate will and tonic. Nice. My problem is that I'm flying at exactly the hour where if I start drinking today, I would be able to actually get some sleep. So unfortunately today is a sobering day for me, but heavily caffeinated. But yeah, I'm real stoked that Exoprimal's looking good, because it just really reminds me of like old school silly Capcom, you know, which we've talked about a lot with the Resident Evil 4 remake. Apparently the remake slaps, and I'm so happy to hear that. It's just, we have so many good games, friends. So many good games, and I really don't know. I don't know how we're going to be able to bloody play them all. It's something I have been thinking about. It's like, which games do we as a group jump into? Because, alright, right now, Friday nights, Sea of Thieves. I'm still loving that, and apparently y'all are enjoying either having it on or watching along or what have you. It warms my heart to see people like Shackle jumping in even now. Like, it's feckin' grand. Yeah, yo-ho, legend. Yo-ho. Rain World also seems to be something you're all enjoying watching, and it's something that's very important to me at my core, so... Well, that's 2 games out of our 5 slots a week that are pretty much locked in. So, you know, if we do something like Resident Evil 4, you know I'm gonna go hard on it. Because it's not just a great game or a great remake, it's something that we're kind of revisiting. But when Resident Evil 2 came out, I believe that was one... actually, I think that was a gift from somebody, wasn't it? This is the problem, friends. So much happens all the time that even my little brain struggles to remember it all. So, Arc the Conclave says, will there be another Crows developer conference? Not to my knowledge. I think that, I mean, we can go Crows. We'll check their tweets to see if they're going to be doing anything. To my understanding, no. They stopped supporting the club in the run-up to the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe release, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're just having a fucking break. Because, like... Oh, and sorry, if you're wondering what Ark of the Conclave is talking about, so during lockdown, we hit upon this thing called the Club. And it was essentially like a community group experience thing online made by Crows, the developers of the Stanley Parable. And when the plague was in full fucking swing, and like, we're all shut the fucking doors, right? For GDC time, they swapped out their experience from the Club to the CDC, the Crows Developer Conference. And it's painfully funny. Because the hook of the club was that the Crows community made a bunch of songs in this fake dance club, right? Every time you listened to a song, your club level would go up. Once you got to level 18 and beyond, you could go into the over 18s area, which is where the actual game was. This incredibly complex first-person puzzle platformer. For the CDC, the game was you had to collect business cards, or you could sit and listen to the talks, which were these like 1 minute long parodies of talks. What did I do one year? I think it was like, what was it? It was like, no, Selling Your Legacy Debt was the other one. Fuck. I mean, Plank, I missed the club too. It was a good time. Let me see if I can find it. CDC. Oh, I did How to Win a AAA Business, which I believe my whole talk was about being stupidly wealthy already. You just need to have wealthy parents. AAA equals win by Weatherby Specklebottom. I don't know if you want to hear my. Do you want to hear my CDC talk? I don't know if you all want to hear that. Alright, I'll throw it on. Hang on. Let me just pause these sweet jams. Hopefully this isn't stupid loud.
Hello, yes. Thank you for coming to my talk, how to be very, very successful in AAA business. My name's Weatherby Speckled Bottom. I run a very, very successful AAA game studio from the Midlands, and I'm here to share with you the very, very simple tips on how to be very successful in AAA business. See, it's really very simple. All you need to do is be white, male, and already incredibly rich in your own right, so that you have oodles of money to start your company. Now, I learned this trick from a good friend in business, Bobby Kay, who don't want to name drop, but does work for a very large company. Rhymes with Sack Division, which they have done quite a lot. Yes, so as long as you follow my 3-point plan instruction and ignore survivor bias, you will be fine. Thank you for the talk.
You know how sometimes you make something? You know how sometimes you make something and it ends up being even more on the nose than you intended? Man, past me is fucking funny. I might have to put that on like TikTok or some shit. Oh. Yeah, I guess I was just in a fucking mood that night. Oh, and if you're wondering what Weatherby Specklebottom looks like, he looks like this. That was the slide for my presentation. Yeah, Clank, I snuck that one right in there at the end. So yeah, I do understand why they're not doing it, because server costs and getting it all working is a pain in the arse. But what was so funny about the CDC, in a very painful way, is that, right, so you collect all the business cards around the CDC, and then you come to this guy and he's like, right, I need you to collect 5 special business cards. So, alright. So you go out, and you get the 5 golden special business cards for special areas. And you bring them back to him, and he's like, right, you've collected all the business cards. Like, now it's time for you to be raised up above the games industry. And so, this old guy who has been promising you wealth and riches and success lifts you up above everyone else in the games industry on a cloud, a beautiful cloud, while a chiptunes version of Fur Release or some beautiful classical music track in 8-bit styling plays. At which point he unceremoniously drops you back in the industry with nothing to show for it. Well, I tell you what, Clank. If I see William Pugh, who runs Crows, if I see him at Judisa, I will ask him how much the server costs for the club were, because it was such a fascinatingly weird little spot. I mean, here's the thing I keep thinking about. Is like, between like the club and WizMud and stuff like that, there has to be a way to make these online group experiential spaces make sense and make money. Now, the only thing I've been trying to think of is there a way that you could spool it up so that users could pay for their own spaces and have their own kind of like little sharded versions of? But I don't know if that's a business model that people are down for. Like, loads of people who try to do subscription services, it doesn't really work. I mean, hell, Discord's whole Nitro system rubs me up the wrong fucking way. I am extremely grateful for all of you who, like myself, are paying for Discord Nitro and putting it into Longship. I just wish that Discord would turn around and go, right, if you want a professional server hosting solution, it's going to cost this much a month. And that's it. This, like, gamification of purchase is something that I get very teeth grindy about, but that's another story. I mean, okay, so Clank, Patreon, pay what you want, isn't great for online services unless they are big group ones. Oh, and Duke of Dim, Watto and welcome. So, for example, if you wanted to run a... trying to think of an example of it. Obviously, we do not condone piracy on this, twitch.television. But hypothetically, if you wanted to run a private server of a thing that everyone is involved in that may or may not look like a known MMO, that could work. Or something along those lines, where everybody who's contributing is also in the same space. But one of the problems with those like browser-based experiences is that unless it's a self-cleaning environment, anyone who joins later on is going to have a different experience than people who join at the start. So if you can instance those, Clank, I mean, essentially, let's use Minecraft. Because Minecraft is a game that has permanence. If you join a server a week after it started, 2 weeks after it started, fuck, months after, the amount of creative freedom you have in that space within social constructs is limited. You don't get that feeling of a fresh world that you carve into. With things like the club, they worked on seasons, which was interesting, with things to do. But that means that you have users that will join, binge it for a little while, and then leave. So how do you keep a stream of revenue coming in that keeps the servers turned on, right? Now, this is a question that plagues any online game. And Quasi, well, hello and welcome, friend. Also, Quasi, I did want to say thank you again from yesterday. It didn't really hit me until after the stream ended, and I was just kind of like, well, thank you. And Fred, how are you doing? Oh, Quasi, as Jarl, it is your right to regale the tales of the Weirds. And Fred, lovely to see you again. I mentioned earlier, but I wanted to say again, like, thanks for the banter and hanging out last night. It was needed. I'm feeling real good. I'm real stoked for GDC. And check out my nails! Top coat and all. Quasi was saying that Tiny Quasi, their 5-year-old, has asked Alexa to play AC/DC's TNT 10 times today. Why would you teach a young'un to be able to say, "Okay, Alexa, play AC/DC's TNT"? Why would you give him that power? I mean, there are worse songs they could be putting on. It's not like it's the fucking Mr. Blobby song. You know? It's not Baby Shark, but still. Oh, sorry, my apologies, Quasi. Play TNT Dynamite. But yo, I mean, I agree with the group. At least they have, you know, at least they have decent tastes. But yeah, friends, it doesn't look like Crows are going to be bringing back the CDC this year, which probably means that the team's going to be at GDC. But yeah, so jumping back, like, keeping an online game on is a real challenge. Back in the day, most MMOs used to have their own server farms or data centers. That's not so much the case anymore. Most people go to like Amazon or Google, use like AWS or Google hosting or something like that. Just they use virtual machines, but that's still something you have to pay for every month, you know.
This is the second time we've ever played in front of people, man. We're scared shitless.
It's also, it's that infuriating thing of understanding not just the games industry, but understanding people. That logically, you'd think that if you turn to a group of fans and went, "Hey, we need to keep the servers on. Can you throw in X amount per month?" That most people would be like, "Yeah." But in actuality, most people are like, "Nah, that's a long commitment." However, if you give those people something like a perceived point of value in exchange for that thing, they're way more happy to. Like, essentially the concept of seasons and season passes and things like that has allowed devs to create essentially micro expansions with an established price point that doesn't discriminate, but allows them to put the lights on. And I think that's very clever. Okay, so let's compare. We're all loving Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves Season 9 has come out. But when you think about it, in terms of content-wise, everything that is in Season 9 is available to everyone, right? You don't need to pay a single additional shiny penny for any of the Season 9 content that's been unleashed. But Season 9 also comes with that, like, Season Pass unlockables. 100 levels of pristine renown. Like, alright, that's kind of cool. And even then, you don't have to pay for it. But if you'd like the additional benefits, ship customization, additional currency, that's when you put in, I believe it's $10, right? So think about it. No one has been excluded, so you don't have the expansion pack problem, you don't have the new map pack problem, or the traditional MMO problem that, say, like World of Warcraft has, where each expansion is a big box full game price point and must justify it in terms of the sheer amount of content. Because if a user doesn't purchase that, they can't progress with everybody else. It's kind of fascinating. I don't know, maybe I'm the only person that thinks about this. I've always loved online experiences, and I think that once we can break down a few of the barriers to entry in both creating these experiences and finding out how to keep them online, we're going to see a big explosion. I do think one of the reasons why we didn't see a huge explosion of those kind of experiences throughout lockdown is just their complexity to develop and the amount of interactions it would take with large companies that small teams don't have. And Angel Kalina, thank you kindly. So I've gone for a mix of black and metallic blue. And let's see if the camera will zoom on in. But I did my usual Gundam nails. They're less ostentatious than my usual Gundam nails, but I like them. But yeah, I don't know why I'm so obsessed with group experiences. It might be that I've just spent the last 5 years hanging out with all of you lot, and I'm always hungering for something that we can do together that isn't just the same with a different skin. Sorry, Clank says, MMORPGs are famously easy to create and maintain. I personally recommend every budding game developer make it their first project. God darn it. That's some fucking 40k nonsense there. You! Future game developers of the Astartes! 1,000 of you have joined! You will all be given basic tools to make an MMORPG. Any of you that lives may join the games industry. Fuck. Oh, fucking yo. Sorry, jumping back in. Air Dragon was saying that they like how a season pass feels like buying to play versus needing a monthly subscription. If I don't want to pay for a season, then I don't buy it. While starting and stopping a sub again is a pain. Yes. A lot of MMORPGs back in the day actually used to subsist on basically making it more difficult and awkward to unsubscribe. They basically did like a less shitty version of the monthly membership maneuver that basically gyms have made their entire business model, which is you get someone to sign up for a membership to a gym, right? You lock them into a contract where they are absolutely required to pay for X amount of time. And then after that, the process of cancelling is very complicated. And if it's only like between like, $5 and $15, a lot of people will just let it roll. Lagmeister, fucking should be how it works. That'd be funny as hell. However, I will say that if you know what you're doing, I don't know the stability of it right now, but there was an... Now, it wasn't an official... Oh shit, I guess there's a newer one. Okay, so it wasn't an official offshoot of RPG Maker, but there was an MMORPG making engine back in the day, very similar to RPG Maker in the sense that it was an off-the-shelf solution. It was primarily a, oh, sorry friends, you have to forgive me for being a bit sharper today, but it was a, I can't remember words. I'm trying to use the clever word for when you have a build environment where you just drop and drag stuff. You're not actually going into the game and coding it out yourself. And it was used to make MMOs. And, when you hit build, it would make you a server, and it would make you a client. The client connects to the server. But aside from that, it was still pretty painful. And Averick, you know what? If I can have a chat to some of the Unity architects at GDC, I will have a chat because, as some of you may or may not know, I worked for a company called Improbable 1,000 years ago, and their whole bit was you build your game server-side, essentially. Well, you build your game and then you deploy it server-side, and it scales depending on how many users are in. Now, to my knowledge, there is not a single commercial game on the market right now using Improbable's technology. That was as much as I can say. But the dream was there. And once we are able to break down the barriers in terms of like cost of hosting, cost of scaling, ease of development, then I do think there's a huge untapped niche for these like small to medium-sized group experiences. I love Unfortunate Specimen. I love playing it with you all. But like, it's still another Among Us-esque title. And I'm sorry we use Among Us as the standard. It's still Werewolf for all intents and purposes, but with first-person shooter aspects. And there's only so many times you can play that. Sorry, jumping back. Air Dragon was just adding on the Destiny 2, the season pass stuff. Path of Exile, they got all of the season pass stuff by playing. Yeah. So Air Dragon, this is what's so fascinating when we start talking about season passes, is that it's a ubiquitous term across the industry, but it actually means drastically different things from game to game. Like, what's fascinating is that Destiny 2 have seasons separated from expansions, and so, like, with the new expansion, also has a season pass to go with it. Path of Exile was doing seasons similar to more like new content experiential, and also things like, you know, permadeath characters a la Diablo 3 and stuff like that. Oh, sorry, I went to space for a second there. Jumping back. I will say that good old Park Programs, Eric, has been doing some stuff with Construct where you can deploy it to a website environment. And I haven't looked into how far you can take those kinds of experiences. So yeah, I think I'll try and have like a banter with the Unity peach and see what's going on there, because I'm curious. I mean, here's the thing, friends. I am not going to be spooling up any development in any kind this year. There's no point to it. Like, I don't have the cash. I wouldn't be able to get the cash. Space! Sploosh! Bad Beast, thank you, Coffee. Like, honestly, like, this is the year to plan, scheme, and prototype. I think we're going to hear a lot of announcements about AI-integrated games, because there's going to be a panic run on whatever little tech money is left over with the tech sector cash collapsing. But this is definitely the year to do small experimental nonsense, test the waters in a varying few places, and just see what happens. This isn't the year to pitch your magnum opus. This isn't the year to lock yourself into a 3-year contract with a publisher. In my humble opinion, you know, to quote Sybil Sheridan, it's nice work if you can get it. So if you do have access to it, I guess what I'm saying is, don't try and go and get it, because you'll drive yourself loopy. So like, Hookshot, who was in here earlier, Hookshot is going to GDC. Now, I've not asked them what their biz dev goals are for GDC, and I wouldn't blast it all over twitch.television, but Hookshot's team have multiple titles in development, and they have already produced like playable early access games on Steam. So like, they're in a different position than, say, Longship Studios, which has yet to produce a title but does have, you know, experience. Just hypothetically, if I suddenly hired you all tomorrow as my own game dev studio, you know, our skill levels are varied. We all have a lot of expertise between us, but we don't have a published title. So there we go. Anyway, yeah, this isn't the year that we start doing Longship Studios. Yeah, sorry to burst that bubble. God, I guess I'm just getting real excitable, you know? Hey Shift, how you doing? Quasi saying, pending a lottery win. I mean, Faber6 keeps saying, like, they win the lottery, they're going to fund a game dev setup. Honestly, I think what we would do initially is we would create a publishing wing and, like, we would work out budgets for people that want to develop small 1 or 2 person projects here. We wouldn't do one big game as Longship Studios, you know what I mean? That would be my advice. Because right now, it's a buyer's market for publishers. They have their own worries, which is a potentially shitty financial year for everyone. But oh, Quasi, I will absolutely take you up on that. Angel Galina, you do yourself a disservice. The fun thing to remember about video games is that no one knows what they're doing. Everyone had to learn by doing strange and weird stuff, and if it's something you want to do, feckin' y'all. Like, the real problem I saw at some of the studios I was at prior wasn't the fact that there was people who were junior, it was that those studios didn't have any kind of like formalized way to train up junior peeps. So it created essentially this gap between brand new shiny hires and people who had been like slugging in the trenches for ages. There wasn't much in the way of formal systems to bring that up. Now, I'm sure that's not the case in every studio, but that's one of the big challenges right now. You know, we've essentially seen like the death of the middle tier of staff. Sorry, I thought I heard a gaggle of geese there. That was haunting. Slightly worried for a sec. Yeah, Vanderbeest, no formalized mentorship. So Air Dragon, that would be the goal, but we'd need enough revenue coming in, year out, to be able to do that, essentially. A good friend of mine has been thinking about that as a concept for a while, and he might actually do it. You know, he's one of the people that I would absolutely bring the Longship over to, but that's another story. But, oh, sorry. So Air Dragon's saying, rather than setting up a publisher or a development studio, set up a trust that pays people a livable wage to just let them work on the stuff they want to. That way the actual profit is nice but not needed if you win a big lottery hit. I mean, okay, we're talking about a lot of theoreticals here. Now, if I want it big, creating that kind of trust setup wouldn't be awful. But you would need to vet that first wave of people to make sure that they have the ability to deliver in that space. There are certain kinds of people out there who, left to their own devices, will produce. Some people need producers, some people need deadlines and structure. And that's fine, I'm not dissing on either. But what you'd want is essentially a cabal of individuals who are going to be producing games, you know, year in, year out. Similar to how Sockpop do their stuff. And from there, you are able to generate enough revenue with income as these titles continue to sell every month, that you then can keep the whole thing going itself. Do you know what I mean? At Vanderbeest, that was always a fascinating thing. I think everybody in the games industry has that moment. Like, I don't remember at what point I stopped being this, like, fresh-faced QA guy who's kind of chasing around all the other CMs. And I looked back and there was suddenly this generation coming up, and I was like, wait a second. Wait, am I one of the knowledgeable ones now? Ah, piss. GDC these nuts! That's what, you know what, if I hadn't been able to go to GDC, that's what our show would have been called. Dustin, how are you doing, friend? We're just having a natter. And Fred makes a good point that like a lot of people do need structure and framework. It varies from discipline to discipline, but you know we've talked about this a lot. Making games is hard. Releasing games is harder. And even if the money isn't at stake, you need to have some drive to get people to release titles. And like I said, I've met people in the games industry who will just keep releasing games. Some people just have that built in. I don't. You know? Like, I don't know what it is about streaming as a profession. I don't know what it is about hanging out with all of you lot, but it gets my arse in gear and it gets me out of bed. But when I've been doing nothing but, like, biz dev stuff or nothing but like consultancy or independent development, like my sleep schedule immediately goes to fuck, and like pushing through it is hard work. You know, producers are necessary. Yeah, I mean, Air Dragon, the advantage is that if we did this, we would have a... I know some very good lawyers in the video game space, and they would absolutely set it on up. So... You know, I think at this point we could find a squad of developers that would be keen to just be able to make and produce. The question would be, like, how many additional staff could we keep on point? Because we need them to sell, we need them to continue to sell. So things like, you know, someone to handle Steam storefront, someone to handle, like, you know, branding and graphic design.
What ho, thank you for always bringing so much energy to the camera. You're truly an inspiration, sir.
No, I'm a disaster! No! Don't be inspired by me! I'm a mess! Okay, yo, back me up here. I'm not an inspiration. I'm a cautionary tale. Sorry. You broken friend. How are you doing? Hello and welcome. How goes it? Don't tell me what to do. Back in yo. We were just talking about like a theoretical thing we could do to create essentially like
a beautiful disaster child XD.
Aww, I'll take it. Last year I kind of described myself as the games industry's disaster cousin, and I don't think that fits anymore. I don't know what the fuck I am. Maybe I'll know by this point. But yeah, so we were just chatting about like theoretical ways we could set up a game development environment. Air Dragon was suggesting something that a very good friend of mine is a proponent of, which is the idea of essentially having a large pool that pays people a livable wage to just create games in their style. I've not come across a team that's succeeded in doing that, so I think it's still a fresh idea. But Sock Pop is the one to pay attention to. Actually, let me see if they've got a site. I became obsessed with Sock Pop 1,000 years ago, and I think me and Fred did a video about one of their classic games. But the TLDR is that the Sock Pop Collective is a Patreon-funded video game operation, right? I'm just going to this site so I can just make sure I'm not misquoting them. There we go. Okay. So the Sock Pop Collective is a group of designers from Utrecht. I'm not quite sure where that is in the world. So it is a team of, by the looks of things, 4 people, and they make a new game every like month or so, and it is funded by their Patreon, which is fucking smart. And if we have a look here, yeah, so Sock Pop bring in about 8k USD a month. They create games very quickly, but with a similar like through line and art style. Now, Wolfgrad says Utrecht is a city in the middle of the Netherlands. Roger that. From what I understand, the Netherlands is a splendid place to have a game studio. Oh, where was I? Oh, yes. So they have 8k a month coming in, and that keeps everybody essentially paid. I don't know the conversion rate, so I don't know how much like money that results in the Netherlands. But to also my understanding, the Netherlands does have like public health care and a lot more support systems. So while the individual income would be lower, structural support is there. However, on top of the Patreon, they also sell these games. So if we head on over to Steam and start looking at the Sock Pop Collective, yeah, sorry, let me bring this up on main screen. So this is the Sock Pop Super Bundle, which I believe is like everything they've done so far, which would usually be about $300, but right now it's a steal at $105. You noticed it's 68%, not 69. However, and this is where theirs is essentially a great double-threaded strategy. See, you can buy every game that Sock Pop has made. The little sock icon next to it, the number, that shows you what season it was part of. However, because of the way it is made, there is always the chance that one of these games can make it really fucking big. And some of them do. I mean, we all played Rock, Paper, Sock, the Rock, Paper, Scissors MMO a little while back, which was very funny. And we've played a few of these. I'm trying to remember. But there's always the chance of something like this, a Stacklands. Now, Stacklands is awesome. It is a guilt-free cultist simulator. It's usually $5 a pop. It's a really good game. And if we go by the fact that it has an overwhelmingly positive review score after 17,000 reviews, this game has sold bank. So think about that. Patreon has already paid for the development of this game. And then it's been released. And so all these additional sales, all these positive reviews, are reviews from people that did not get a key for free, but bought a copy on Steam and had left a review, right? So they are a subset of a group of people that have all bought this game. Now, you can see why that is an absolutely incredible strategy, right? Because they're... I'm going to say double-dipping. That sounds really, really rancid. They're essentially paying for their development via crowdfunding, via their already existing base of fans, which means that they are not beholden to anyone except their community. And the community is already getting the game. And then the products from that are then being sold. Like, fuck, that's good. And like, I've played a bunch of Sock Pop games that are just incredible. I can't remember what the other big ones are like. Papa Park is very good. You are a dog in a dog park. You have 15 minutes to play around, and it's brilliant. Where's the other banger? They did a Soulsian title where you're in like a broom. Okay, so I guess Broom didn't sell as well as the others, but Broom, as you can see, has this misty, dark storybook kind of vibe. It's a Soulsian game, and it's so good. Now, did that one do as well? Sadly, no. Neither did King of the Sandcastle. And not all of them have been as well received, but like, we've often talked about like rapid fire development, you know, that depending on your studio and how you work, it might be better for you to release 100 tiny games than it is to spend 7 years on one magnum opus. I know there's one more in here that I absolutely adore. There was a God Sim that they did where I had to stop playing it because it was taking over my life. But apparently I have forgotten the name of it because I'm a stupid. But yeah. So Air Dragon, like, if you could use a trust style system to create something like this, then you're onto a banger. Then you're onto a banger. Now, guess the pisser would be like trying to balance sales reward with like the livable wage elements. Because the other thing that's worth saying is that when people put out an absolutely banging title, they feel a certain level of emotional involvement with it that can't really be understated. And when they see that game doing really well, it can be hard to turn around and go, well, yo, you got paid your living salary. I'm sorry that your game just sold, 7 million copies. Tough noodle tookies. That's when things can get messy. So, trying to create an environment where there is essentially not so much a built-in incentive, but that there is some form of like overflow guarantee. That's where it gets interesting. So Grand Sake was saying, trying to imagine a larger studio doing a Patreon-style monetization strat that's just a subscription battle pass. I mean, big studios can only really achieve that if it's based around one title, and even then, they're still missing so much of the back and forth of it. Grand Take, it's not that you couldn't do it with a big team, but you couldn't take an existing team. You would have to build it specifically. So like every part of the studio, from the studio head to QA, art pipeline, production, everything. Everybody's got to be on the same page there. If you took an existing team and moved them to that model, it's such a different way of thinking and producing, they'd never succeed. It's why when you see a few of the teams who have pivoted to live service games just haven't made it work, because that's not how they work as a team, And shit, like, you got Grand Take with the Patreon model, you've got to have such a good community team. And trying to get big AAA studios to understand that community is more than just what if your customer service people also did funny dances on TikTok? It's like pulling fucking teeth. Because, alright, so look at it like this. If we as Longship Studios are a publicly traded company, I might be the idiot figurehead, but like the power behind the throne are the investors. I must keep investors happy. That would be my job, right? If investors not happy, studio no go money, studio go bad time, right? With a Patreon model, I might be the figurehead, but we are adherent to our community. Now, you all know how that would go. It would go exactly like this. Because, like, if you break it down into a purely nonsense-free, like, cold, hard numbers, the Longship, as it exists now, and that is me sitting in this chair, streaming for all of you lot 5 days a week, is a crowd-funded model, It's closer to, people tipping rather than me asking for, X per month. Like, the subscriptions on Twitch are good, and they do feed into the ecosystem. They make Mr. Twitch pay a little bit more attention to us, but ultimately, the Longship, me sitting right here and streaming, lives and dies on how much you lot decide to go, yeah, alright, you know what, this Will guy, I'm gonna torture him with bad jokes, or he's a fucking jerk. In my desperation this week, I put a price tag on Subnautica VR. That's what I have to be prepared to do to keep this all going, and I will. Me will, you Longship. Yeah. Well, so Legend, I would fucking love to see capitalism just gone. I'm ready for that fucking Star Trek sci-fi future. And here's the thing, I'd still stream if we got rid of finances tomorrow. We get replicators. We can do whatever. I'm still going to be in this chair. But that's not the point. Sometimes I worry. I mean, Moose, I would love to see you making stupid money, you know. No, Legend, I don't stream for the fun of it. The fun is nice. I stream to fucking love doing this. You know? I guess fun is a good way of putting it, but in the same way that fun isn't a good measure of a video game. Like, we're talking about how to set up a studio, a game dev studio. We're not talking about what games we'd make or what hair color our lead character's gonna have. We're talking about the monetization and business model strategy of a studio that doesn't exist. I fucking love this! And apparently, you all are not only willing to put up with me talking about it, but are actively involved in this conversation. Like, fuck yeah! This is the best! Now, Fred does make a good point that a studio has concerns that an individual does not. That is very true. But the reason I brought up the crowdfunding and community aspects is that Sockpop structure their business to be more palatable to their Patreon audience and their community than necessarily to be in a big marketing push setup. Like, we don't see Sockpop at E3. You know, they don't tour around. They're already focused on their community and that community engagement. Oh god, yeah, Angel Cleaner, we actually haven't done a craft stream in ages. If I hadn't just done my nails, I might actually have said, like, yo, do you want to take a breath and a beat and we'll make some Gandams? And Fred, I absolutely agree. Now, if we go back to the previous strat of someone in the longship wins the lottery and that is our start money. So if we put it into wanky business terms, our seed funding is an angel investor who is emotionally involved, which is beautiful and perfect. However much that person puts in, that is our runway, all right? The runway is basically how long until you fall in the sea. Oh, Grand Take. Yeah, I'll show off these feckin' nails. Ooh. I know that they're kind of the bad guys in Zeta. Oh, I almost had it for a second there. Gwan. I'm trying to hide my hand. Oh, anyway, it's been an arse. These are the Titans test team decals. Ooh, I do like Handbreaker Interactive. Oh, Air Dragon. Feckin' yeah. Which one are you building for your work, Gundam? Anyway, jumping back. So the term runway is basically how long do we run out of money? And the idea being, for most traditional studios, it's can we get products out on the market and making money before we run out of, well, runway? Before we fail to launch. The visual analogies are all there. Now, with the idea of just keeping a group of people together, paying them a good livable wage, and using that to keep the momentum going on the studio, it's less about having that one big hit and more about creating a baseline of revenue. Be that from a Patreon subscription model, be that from fucking donations, or be it from having lots of little games out in the wild, and each of them selling 1,000 here, 1,000 here, and then all of that money going back into the studio to keep it rolling forward. Like, there's multiple ways of doing it. I mean, shit, if you had the logistics and the branding chops, merch is also a good one. But that's a logistical challenge. You know, there are a lot of operations out there for whom, merch is their big gangbuster. I would surmise that teams and I don't know this, I've never spoken to them about the business, but if I had to guess, I would say teams like Mega 64 make a huge amount of money off of merch. I know that I believe Annapurna have their own merch stand when they do events, and that does very well. Yeah. So yeah. with those two strategies, ideally you'd want people who can bang out weird games fastest prioritized over people who are going to take 2 years to make a specific experience. So essentially almost like game jamming it out. Now, one thing that a friend of mine did suggest that is a little bit combative, so I don't know if I like it. But you've all heard of Amnesia Fortnite, right? Actually, is there anyone who hasn't? You know what? Feck it. I'm just going to talk about it because I love it. Also, Verdant Flow, Watto and welcome. So, Amnesia Fortnite was an initiative over at Double Fine. People behind Psychonauts and, Adventure Game, Broken Age and stuff like that. And what they did is they would stop everybody in the studio for 2 weeks. And they would be allowed to do any role they wanted. And you could then make a team and game jam a game in a week, and then have a week to kind of like polish and pitch it. Initially, these were internal pitches, but it was turned into an external event for fans where they could vote on what games they wanted to see developed. And it created some fascinating games. The problems were that, one, community engagement doesn't equal purchasing intent. That is to say that we might all sit around with a cup of tea and go, you know what, yes, I do want a Zelda game about live hex editing the information so that you can basically hack your way to victory in this broken cartridge. That would be hack slash and backstab. Wait, no, was that Eric's game? Oh, no, okay, it's hack and slash was the game. Hack slash and backstab was the game that Eric made. Sorry, my apologies. It's available for $4. Came out back in 2004. It released to kind of meh results, because what happened was people were more enamored with the concept, especially the concept in a game jam environment where it's only being compared to its brethren, rather than necessarily in a commercial sense. So, I don't know how much time Hack and Slash got in development, but it didn't do as well as peeps were hoping. You need to have a grounding in coding to understand it, or be prepared to go through walkthroughs. So it wasn't as newbie friendly as stuff like if else equals Heartbreak and things like that, which is one of my favorite fucking games on the planet. Even though it is now, oh god, 7 years old. No. Why would you do this to me, Steam? So I was drunkenly talking about the Amnesia Fortnite problem with friends. Now, Amnesia Fortnite has resulted in games like stacking and absolute bangers, so it is not bad by any means, but it's a bit of a mixed bag, because again, user intent doesn't equal user purchasing intent. Does that make sense? If someone says, I love your game, that doesn't actually mean they love it and they're going to buy it. It means they theoretically love it, or they love the concept. But that's not a story. Yeah, Verdant Flow, Costume Quest, that is fucking great. So, a friend of mine came up with a concept that is a little bit more combative, but it is the idea that you create a similar situation to Amnesia Fortnite. Sorry, I had to stop and think about it. So, okay, so Longship Studios. Welcome to Longship Studios Game Jam. You are all going to be able to have a week to make your game. You can do any role, you can do any part. You have 1 week to make it, and then 1 week to polish it and present us with a video. And then at the end of it, let's say we have 6 pitches from the Longship. Rhymes with Moose has made Methamphetamine Moose, the sequel to Cocaine Bear, where it's basically like the movie Crank, but instead of Jason Statham, you are a Canadian moose. Brilliant, great, love it. Caffeine's made Snowman Fighter 2. 2 snowmen beat the hot shit out of each other, and you have to beat your opponent before you both melt. Angel Kalina's made a gardening game. You know what I'm saying? So we have this lineup. And rather than saying, like, right, we will pick 2, and those are our new games, we're like, right, we're picking 4. Hell, we'll pick all 6. However, the ranking of your vote denotes how much time and development you get. So the idea is like, so everyone goes wild for Meth Moose, right? Like, fuck yeah, I loved Crank, that movie with Jason Statham. I'd love it even more if it was a moose. Brilliant, love it. And everyone's like, shit yeah, Angel Kalina's gardening game, sign me the heck up. People aren't so enthused about Caffeine's Snowman Fighter title, but they're like, you know what, this could be interesting. So each of you are given a different deadline. Meth Moose gets the longest deadline because it's got the most amount of success. Well, it has the highest potential for success and the highest interest. Angel Kalina's gardening game gets a middle amount of time. Caffeine's, if we go to market with it, gets the shorter. So that way each person is told how long they'll have to develop it. Then they structure their development based on that time. Now, on the one hand, this is great because it means that the riskier titles have the lower cost development-wise, right? But it also means that you're all kind of going up against each other. And it could create a very combative environment, which isn't always good or fun. You know what I mean? So, it's an interesting one to think about. I just, I haven't taken it too much further. You know? Honestly, I do think that the indie developer collective methodology is the way to go. Oh yeah, Moose. They would absolutely try and game a system like that. But I also feel that in a certain way, gaming that system might result in some good... might result in a good outcome. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, give me some Chocobo tunes. That seems pretty good. We're at that time of the day. Vanderby says that system, but as a game. So Moose says, I don't know, my first thought was you could focus on ideas that present very well, but don't actually have much behind them. I mean, it's the eternal Game Jam challenge, right? Is a Game Jam game just a good bit that's enjoyed by a crowd at a specific point? Or is there more to it? So, like, one year, I think I was behind the scenes. I wasn't judging. But the Creative Assembly was sponsoring a game jam. And the winner was a game where you had to... what was it? You had to cut down bad government bills. And you had to protect cute animals. I forget. So it was like a jumping platformer where legislation would pour in from one side and like adorable animals from the other, or vice versa, and swap it up. But the hook was both were generated by the audience making noise. Brilliant, great, absolutely beasted the contest, won. But there's, and I know this is a very hyperbole example, but yeah, that means that you couldn't. That's not something you could take to market. That's a great event game. Now, if you want my genuine philosophy, the answer is very yes. So, I'm not saying the Double Fine thing that I was just pitching you, but what we do is we get together a squad of motivated individuals who would produce games of their own volition. We also publish a group of titles that wouldn't otherwise be picked up under our own steam. And in that regard, we're essentially buying video games from people. You know, we say, right, you released this game. No one bought it, no one found out about it. We're going to give you 100k. 100k. Bam. And that's a shitload for the kind of indie games we'll be picking up. And from that point forward, it's our game to sell. If they want to keep working on it, great, we can pay them a consultancy fee, but that is our title moving forward. So we have a block of games that we can just sell immediately off the back. So we get the ball rolling by buying a bunch of games. Now, if any of those individuals are also the kind of people we would hire to create titles in this environment, double score. It's a bit weird to be talking about friends on this one, but the thing is, you all know Damien, and he's one of the best examples of this. So let's say we suddenly have our big investment. I go, right, Damien, I want to hire you and pay you X amount per month to continue to make your games, and I want to buy your non-published back catalog, and I want to be able to sell those. Vanderby says, could be good if Twitch games were integrated as well. Yeah. The only point at which I would start saying we'd focus on Twitch integration games is if suddenly this right here, as in like the Twitch stream of the Longship, became fucking massive. Because right now, we're a very close-knit team, right? We know each other, you'll keep my dumbass alive. Like, I am fully aware of my involvement in this space. But we're not fucking massive, you know? We're not at the level and the momentum where by just touching something, we can cause it to have a spike in interest. We would have to work as a team to get interest in it. That's something I'm pretty confident I can deliver on, but it's going to take time, yeah? Which is why we need games that are going to sell and do well. Sell and... By do well, I mean consistently sell a little bit every month, right? So, Alna, sorry, which bit did you mean by first and second? No, I do not mind a spot of devil's advocate when it's coming to business. The only time anybody needs to be smacked for devil's advocate is when it comes to... Yeah, you know what? We're not going to go down that thread. But in business, it is not a bad shout to be like, all right, what about X? Fred says you need a stable income stream. Absolutely. That's where I see the purchasing existing unpublished titles and, you know, gaining the rights to sell those. Because in theory, that would get them out there and have more coming in. Aldous says, why would I sell you my games for you to make money on when I could keep it and make money? Well, you know our tastes, right? The weird and the strange, the games that nobody else found and noticed. Like, in theory, if we were able to do our jobs well, those titles, through our mechanisms, would be able to gain more traction. And those particular individuals, they don't yet have either the audience or the traction that their games are making them that kind of money. So we're offering them a big fucking chunk of cash right now. And honestly, there's a lot of people who would take that to then fund their next project. Or, yeah, we offer them the, you know, work with us full time. So yeah, it's a bit mean, but I mean, shit, it's the same deal that people go with publishers, just like after the fact. That is to say that, you know, the reason people go to publishers is not because... It's because they don't have the cash to continue. Sometimes people will work with a publisher for coverage, but it's rare. Oh yeah, and Verdant Flow is correct. The business side of video games, especially if you're working in North America, sucks. Like, I don't use that term often, but it really does. And I'm not saying that I necessarily enjoy it, but I know it, and I know how to navigate it. Ah, Sarah Bibi, welcome. We're talking about making a game studio. Also, you know what's kind of fun about this, though, friends, is, like, none of us have won the lottery, you know? For me, splashing out means, you know, not buying wine that comes in a box, or, you know, getting that extra, you know, cheesy gordita crunch. And what's great about doing like the business around this is that it's not something we have to deliver right now, so we can enjoy all the upsides of discussing it, but without having to do the work. It's like doing like, you know, game idea streams and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah, Vanderbeast, you're right. We're basically just doing biz dev role playing, and that's okay. Right now, I think a lot of the Game Pass stuff is in a similar vein, but that's a different matter. Yeah, Uberdan, that is a much, much better way of putting it than I was. That we're buying games that aren't selling but should be. And we would be giving people who just want to make games a stable environment to do so. Angel Kalita says game flipping. Fuck. We'd need incredible coders if we were going to do that. Buying someone's broken-ass, janky game and then doing it up and re-releasing it would be funny as fuck. So yeah, now I'm just thinking about Game Flipper. Like, I just want to go through itch.io and be like, alright, what could we flip? But honestly, if we not to PP on the game dev LARPing that we're currently doing, I would prefer to either like hang on. Hold the ruddy phone. Okay, no, never mind. Sorry. For a second there, I thought Sock Pop had dropped their version of the club. I'm not even joking. Because I went on itch.io, I was going to pull up an example to show you of a game that we would just want to grab and wholesale. Yeah, Legend, that was a false alarm. But I was just like, if Sock Pop dropped their version of the club on the same day that we are talking about the club, like, holy shit, did we just will a game into existence? Alright, Phyllis, I'll do you one better. So, because Phyllis was saying, what if you made an indie game called Asset Flip? And it's about, like, grilling packages of assets in short order restaurant. Nah, I'll do you one better. It's called Asset Flipper, where it's a combination of Overcooked and Passepartout, where people run in and go, I need blah, 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 and you have a limited window to make it using pieces that you found and then drawing over the top of them. So it's all of the chaos of Overcooked and all of the stupid doodles of Passepartout combined. And then at the end of each level, all the assets are put into a thing with their full amount of jank. The quicker you flip over the asset, the more cash you make and the higher your score. I mean, Bacon Avenger. In a mystical, magical world, yes, I would pay every member of Longship Studios 100k a year to make and help sell video games. That would be great. But the other good thing about BizDev LARPing is that you don't have to deal with the horrid questions, because we're talking about a livable wage, right? But a livable wage varies depending on where you are in the world, and for some, I also think that given the opportunity, they may not want to live in this particular regions that they are. Now, this more applies to like states in the US than international, but like, you know, a livable wage in the Seattle or shit like the San Francisco region is drastically different to like a livable wage in Colorado. However, I also know that there are a lot of people in the game dev space who, if they suddenly made bank, would GTFO out of certain states and regions. That's some complicated shit. So, the good thing is that we don't have to deal with that. Now, in a mystical, magical place, it would basically be like, right, I offer you the same as everybody else, X amount of money per year. That is the same salary that we all have. You know, the goal is to make sure that we can keep doing it and that we have money to hire more bodies. But that's a hyper oversimplification. Then it also, again, it becomes the challenge of juggling incoming revenue versus like success and otherwise. Legend says build a longship commune in Kentucky. Fag. Just move everybody to Reykjavik. Congratulations! You're all living in Iceland! Hooray! God. Oh. And Angel Kalina, that's incredibly valid. Anyway, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring up like real world bad time stuff. Canada's good. Canada is very viable. I'm just, you know what? So, with the resources that we have, so for Longship Studios, so let's say we go with this model where we hire every person on as a livable wage, and the goal is just long-term sustainability rather than like maximization of profits. What is the project that you would make? Because I already know what I'm going to make. I'm going to make basically a game based on Facile, which is a smaller, slightly more simplified version of Phantom Brigade. It's a simultaneous turn-based mech game. Lots of customization and like quicker missions than a Fire Emblem. And I'd do that. I'd lean heavily on that Neo Geo Color Pocket aesthetic and go from there. So friends, I don't know how much Dan has and hasn't said to the world. I don't want to tell their tales, but the Floyds are doing good. The Floyds are doing good. So, I don't know if they've done any live stuff or if it's just the things they previously put forward. So Lagmeister says this sounds like the hit record model with video games. I don't know what you mean. Interesting. But yeah, so Lagmeister, the goal wouldn't be... It wouldn't be like a... Oh... What's the one all the tech bros fucking love? It wouldn't be a Skunkworks model. It would just be kind of like a... And it's not even like 1,000 monkeys at 1,000 typewriters. The goal would be to produce, you know, multiple titles per year that generate revenue enough to support everybody. With the idea of potentially purchasing and publishing other titles to help with like increase of revenue. Like that would be the long and short of it. So, like, what would you all make? So let's, like, let's go back to the fun side of this conversation. And you know what? If we want to move Longship Studios up to Vancouver, I'd be fine with that. Vancouver's good. Seattle's lovely. I do love being here. But let's go back to the fun side of it. Okay, hit record is a jerk move. Hit record is some sneaky bullshit, which we found out about with the Beyond Good and Evil announcement. Sorry, Lagmeister, and nothing against your good self. Now, with hit record, you essentially pitch yourself. So, yes, it is a community-driven incentive, and yes, anybody in that space can produce and benefit, but by my understanding, you put your music forward for a soundtrack, and then it is used, right? So you have to do the work, and then maybe get benefits. So... No, Lagmeister, it's fascinating because they announced that live on stage at E3, and it made everyone go, hang on. Oh, sorry, jumping back in, Legend was saying that they'd make a strategy RPG. It's always been their dream, but they're largely more of a writer than a designer. Okay. I mean, one of the great things about working in a studio environment like that is that there's a certain amount of knowledge share that's real good. And right now, we're just spitballing. This is the fun part. Like, this is usually reserved for those, like, hopeful moments in the pub. Sorry. I've been involved in many pitches for both studios and games and otherwise. And every time when you're working on a pitch, there's this wonderful moment. And I think it's what keeps people in games, it's what keeps people trying. Is you hit this little moment and you feel it and you're like, oh shit, we could really do this. We're not just talking about an idea. We could really do this. And it's fun to get that. Like, it's not something that we have. Yeah. Well, I mean, Lagmeister, if you were going to start developing a game in your own time, now is the time to start. And I'll absolutely help show you how to promote and get it out there. Like, now. Like, I'm sure you've all heard this before, but because you lot keep me alive with bits, donations, etc., that means I can just work with you all. If you don't mind me talking about it live on stream, fuck it. I am a free resource. The only time I have to be like, hey, we got to stop talking about monies is if you need me to write copy or press releases or stuff like that. Or if you need me to get into stuff off stream. So like things that are confidential or otherwise. But yeah, Bagmeister, if you start making a game, like you have all our access. And yeah, jumping back into chat, so like, Alnus, thank you for summing it up better than me, that like, Hit Records is good when you're being picked, but if you're not being picked, then you put all the time and effort into producing something, and you get none of that back. And so it ends up being kind of like a race to the bottom. So like, by race to the bottom on that one, I mean like, how finished and fleshed out and fancy a track can you produce as quickly as possible without spending any additional cash, you know? Whereas we know from, you know, watching so many studios who do it, the best thing that you can do is have someone creative working with and on the project from the get-go. Now, for Longship Studios, whether or not we would have a dedicated audio person who operated like a resource for everybody to work with, or what we would do in that situation, I'm not sure. And Alnus, I think we talked about this the other day, but I really like your idea of the suburban farming. Like, honestly, depending on how whimsical or bleak or just cozy you wanted to make it, like, there's definitely a market for it right now. The idea of turning your little semi-detached suburban house into a self-sustaining farm, I think is really cute. Dustin said, so, if I wanted to be your +1 to E3, the question of the hour would be regarded as how the left or right kidney. Well, okay, let's look at it like this. So it would cost, for me to be boots on ground E3, it would cost somewhere between, I'd say like, with food, travel, accommodation, for me to just go to E3, it would be somewhere between 2 and about 4 grand. And if it was yourself directly, wait, did Dinobot just ping? We've been going for 2 hours. Oh, boo on you, Dinobot, boo on you. So for you personally, Dustin, like just dead honest, I would not charge you an additional daily fee. Unless you wanted me to set up a stand. If you wanted me to basically be your guide, introduction, and potentially set up meetings, I wouldn't charge you directly anything on top of just get me there and keep me fed. And again, I'm lucky that I can do these kind of things because it's the stream that keeps me going. I'm not purely a consultant. So... and a little bit of that is cheeky. So, like, I'm doing GDC. I'll be there tomorrow, as you well know. But, like, I'm very lucky to be staying in a friend's spare room. Like, I bought the absolute dog shit cheapest flights I could.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Regarding audio, we could have a list of audio people to work with. Call it our rock and Rolodex.
Moose, thank you for the subs. Thank you for the joke. And if we're doing money no question, I'd rather have an audio person on staff who can have the same kind of stability as us, rather than relegating audio to the realm of contract work. And especially if we have multiple projects going on, there should be enough work to keep them busy. But also thank you. Yeah, so for doing GDC, I am offsetting the cost of hotels and hostels by staying with a person. I definitely wouldn't do that if I was working somebody's booth, you know what I mean? If someone was like, hey, can you come to GDC and back us up? I'd be like, alright, now we've got to start talking. Oh, and Jam, have yourself a lovely rest of your weekend, alright? I won't see you well, I may see you if I get to do some random streams from GDC, but I probably won't see you until I get back, so have a feckin' good one. Better beast, there absolutely is. Done and done, Lizzie, done and done. Though it does sound like you're selling your partner. I don't know. Friends, I love doing this, and I am definitely thinking of business models that fit into that space in the same way. You know what I mean? Like, there are probably business choices that could be made in and around, air quotes, Longship Studios that would work much better. But I don't know. I am loath to give up hanging out with you all here. You know what I mean? Call me a sucker like that. Apparently, I like you lot. Oh, lordy, lordy. I will say, one of the good things, though, about having a stupid early flight is I can go make myself another cup of coffee. I'm not digging this. I'm sorry, Chocobo Tunes. Let's go back for some Too Mellow.
Please direct your attention to the...
Much better. Oh, Moose was saying the one trick about having an audio person on staff is they might not be a stylistic fit for every project. Well, see, this is the, like, hiring juniors versus hiring seniors. So, like, there's a good buddy of mine who, his name is Kane. I don't know what he's doing industry-wise now, but he's just one of those inevitably brilliant people. He's not even the only audio person I know. And what you do with Kane is you're like, yo, how do you think we would make something in the style of this? And he just kind of ponders. He goes away and he comes back and he's like, yeah, fucking done it. He also has a penchant for, like, Foley and audio engineering stuff. Like, that's the kind of superstar we need. Oh god, I just used the term superstar. Oh no. Well, I'm sorry, I just used the term superstar. I must now go drown myself in the bathtub. It's been lovely working with you all. I'll just peace out. Vanderbeest, I hadn't made any more plans. And yeah, Numbers, the bot was super fucking late. Go stab Dinobot a few times. 50p in a bag of skips says that it's because it's not a bot being run specifically by Discord, that Discord might be choking it or something.
Hey, crank up the volume and wake up the neighbors. Are you hearing this or what?
So I tell you what, let me go grab it on the coupler. Honestly, I think I don't have a good, like, game for an hour or two right now, but let me go have a ponder. I didn't expect to go on this long-winded bantermancy. I guess my brain's just in game dev mode right now. So, who knows? Who knows? But I do need more caffeine, so hold that thought, and I'll be with you all in just a second, alright? Whilst all the people that got the latest fecking ping from Dinobot filter on in. Fecking Dinobot.
Headlining the news is the recent statement from Goji Rokaku on the graffiti gangs plaguing the city. Quote, my Rokaku forces are on patrol in all major metropolitan areas to make sure these terrorists are behind bars where they belong.
Concentrate.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. 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 I got a new flavor coffee, I got an old flavor rap. Equip the A1 tones to make you cool kids relax. We boys hounding for the sounds. 2015, my bank account was nowhere to be found. Look at me now, hardcore composer. Fall to the floor, spinning glitter and sunny shores. Worry never no more, promoters score off me. Lab rats want the cheese, flip your expectations with ease. Oh please, you say you're making big moves, adjust my aim by degrees. I see you breaking the rules before you know it. I see you taking for rides while I am giving the keys. Because success loves to hide, but failure wants to be seen. But I won't give it the pleasure, I'm rising measure by measure. I'm making money by minutes, but keeping grip on my tether. I'm whipping the competition, collecting more hearts than Castlevania. Hit me to catch the jet set mania. If you feel it and you like the sound, something, say something. Bring it a little closer now. Something, say something. Hard warm with the cold sound. Something, say something. Transform, then we roll out. Something, say something. When you see me in the street, say something, say something. If you like the fresh beats, pay something, pay something. New ideas each and every day. Something, pay something. I know they're gonna say something about how I'm rapping again. Most to grab my album don't know how I be grabbing the pen. I come and stab them again, they can't get mad at the kid. Just go look at what I did, but back the grind in your skid. It's just the biz, money talks, I only listen when I spend. Just to live, then I go and make it all back again. With millennial friends, celebrate the last day. Raise hell and grab praise through a love drunk haze. I feel I'm falling, but the music pops me up in ways. Haters calling, but the lovers lop it up. I just sway and sashay to the time. And the beat in perfect lines, please correcting my spine. This is the only divine, I'll take my time. If you feel it and you like the sound, something, say something. Bring it a little closer now. Something, say something. Hard warm with the cold sound. Something, say something. Transform, then we roll out. Something, say something. When you see me in the streets, say something, say something. If you like the fresh beats, pay something, pay something. New ideas each and every day. Something, pay something. Sometimes, actually a lot of times, actually never, people come up to me on the street and they say, hey, that guy raps.
Hello there.
And they ask, hey, can you freestyle something for
How
me
goes
real
it?
quick? You know, just
I have more coffee, we've got some tunes. Crux tried to sneak in some bits, but haha, I have spotted you.
I can't actually.
How are you doing? There we go!
7 to 10 layers of
General Kenobi. The correct answer.
I can do that.
Although I keep thinking about that one clone trooper from the animated Clone Wars cartoon, the really good one by the same team that did Samurai Jack. There's one scene where they're trying to get feckin' Palpatine, feckin' ballbag himself. They're trying to get him out of the Senate House whilst General Grievous and his troops are attacking the city. And he's in a turbo lift going down with a few clone troopers as General Grievous is running down the side of the building next to the elevator. And there's just one clone trooper that just looks Grievous in the eye and just casually loads a rocket launcher. I think about that so much. God. And if you're wondering why I use the term I think about that so much all the time, it's because I do think too much. It's well documented. That's why I like having hangovers, it helps me sleep. And yeah, Fredo was like, I saw some good suggestions of like a spot of Peglin or what have you before we head on off, but honestly, like, what do I want from this stream before I go to GDC? I want to hang out with you lot, bloody don't I? I'm going to miss you all, and I'm going to come back like an overexcited kid. Or some haunted war veteran. See, the guinea pigs agree with me. Hoppa choppa choppa chop. Lizzie, that is absolutely not what I said. Numbers like, the guinea pigs want is more salad. Like, you right, but... Why you like this, Lizzie? Why you like this? But no, I'll have a quick skim for what I've got installed, see if there's anything interesting that really jumps out. Horse Ninja, lovely to see you again. So Fred, I haven't actually streamed Fights in Tight Places. I have it, and I know I was waiting for... It was either... It was going to do something with your good self, or something else going on. Oh yes, you needed to get some bloody headphones. Because we couldn't do stream Discords on hot mic stuff. Sorry, I just gazed back into chat, and Fred's like, Lizzie, shall we initiate Order 66? Which, if you haven't heard it, is a pitch-perfect impression of Fred. But in this analogy, where am I on the spectrum? I've never felt like I'm really Jedi material. Also, you know what? I'm surprised more people didn't go ballistic and start killing. Like... You take a bunch of frustrated teenagers, give them magic powers and, like, super swords, and tell them that their only path is abstinence and they also have to be space cops. Like, someone's gonna snap. There was a bit doing the rounds of, like, Queen Amidala being like, hey, Anakin, why don't you just fucking quit? What are they gonna do? Stop you? You could just go, nah, I'm good. Peace out. Oh, what's that? You wanna press charges? Well, I just married the queen of a whole fucking planet, so better get them extradition laws in. Will is a wretched hive of scum and villainy. Okay, firstly, my digestional tract is of no one's concern. And yeah, I understand that in the Star Wars world, I'm definitely more smuggler than space wizard. But, you know, I've just got less teeth than Han Solo. A lot less teeth. And Navalis Watto, and welcome. Uberdan says they think they'd be one of those slum-living dock workers. Ah, nah. Maybe by day. You'd have some cool shit on the side. Not quite sinister like 8088, but like... I don't know, you were in Nar Shaddaa for a while, you know how it can be. You know how it be. Okay, Fred, we need to stop sharing the brain cell, because I was just talking about Ace Rimmer this morning. Ace Rimmer being one of the best characters from Red Dwarf. Smoke me a kipper! I'll be back for breakfast. Ace Rimmer being alternate universe Rimmer, who instead of being a monstrous dweebus, is an interdimensional superhero super spy, thwarting evil and being generally cool and charming in every dimension. Horse Ninja says, how do we prevent the destruction of the Jedi Order? Let the Jedi bone. Amos, leave it. I can hear him scratching. Just let the Jedi bone. Alright? Nothing says let's join the dark side like like rampant abstinence. Lizzie, no. Lizzie, no. But, feckin' hell, friends, you want to see a turnout for the books that doesn't involve anything that Lizzie mentioned apart from Redwall? Check this shit out. Ugh. Check this shit out. Boof. All hand-me-downs. It is... Good at maths. It is 6 Redwall novels. It's definitely the first and then a few of the others. I haven't worked out what order these are in. But yeah, this was a hand-me-down find. Yeah. I got called out by bloody TikTok on this as well, where someone posted me as a child eating my boring ham sandwich while reading about the delicious foods of Redwall. I was like, fuck. Like, I can't name many Redwall characters, but the food, God, I dream about it sometimes. Star, Watto and welcome. I'm talking everybody's ear off before starting to get my arse in gear. My flight's not until fuck you o'clock in the morning, but a friendo is going to drop me off, so I'm very happy. How are you doing? We spent the last couple of hours building our own fictitious game development studio, with the pitch being, could we plan out a game studio where the premise is just to pay everybody a livable wage and have multiple creatives just producing games year in, year out? So we've basically been like biz dev LARPing for like the last 2 hours, which is kind of fun. I won't lie, it's all of the fun bits of biz dev and none of the actual fucking work. Oh, Fearless, I got you beat. Also, I can't believe Ems is flying in after I've flown out. Spite! Star says, taking a break from practicing my talk and try not to be a bundle of nerves. Oh, you're a fucking great public speaker. Okay, you know what? No, at no point in the history of people has someone telling you, don't worry about it, ever fixed the thing that they're worrying about. Yeah, shit, I'm really worrying about this talk I have to give. Don't worry about it. Oh, cool! With your permission, I am now cured of anxiety. I do not have to worry about anything. Fucking wish it worked like that. Oh, the power of Longship compels you. Worries be gone! Oh, Navalis, actually, I did manage to save the World of Darkness books. I haven't decided what we're going to do with them, just because real life's been happening so much, but most likely it's going to be just friends of Longship, like DMs and otherwise. Like, I'm just going to take the tub to the pub and just be like, look, friendos, come on by, come get your books. The Pathfinder books need to be weighted, so they need to be squished back down, but they are dry, they are clean, and they all smell like freshly ground coffee, which I think is pretty bloody good. But Star, I will be more than happy to listen and banter on the topics of talk. Like I said, yeah, just I'll probably go for a little snooze when I get in, otherwise I will die. And I'm not in the habit of getting up early in the morning, so you don't have to worry about me being all like, hello! Hang on a second. Amos, you better not be scratching my boy. No, it's the guinea pig's being weird. Okay. I don't know. I think Amos consents I'm heading out in the morning because he's being extra cute today. Yes, I'm not in the habit of mornings. I haven't signed up for any breakfast meetings, but... Oh, feckin' yo, thank you, Star. And, Star, I'll be saying this a lot throughout the week, but, like, seriously, thank you so much for giving me Crash Base. I would not have been able to afford to stay at GDC. So yeah. And plus, like, not giving away any locations, like, comparable to what I've covered for transport in the past. It's very affordable to get to the Moscone from where you're at, so... Oh, Crux. GDC's in San Francisco. And numbers... It is entirely possible that it's my underlying guilt that's making Amos seem cuter. That is valid and possible. But he's definitely been very cute and very well behaved today.
I need understanding, my presence is demanded. Buy some merch and maybe I can spin it on a stand-in. One mellow, cause the two is seeing double after about 3 drinks. So before I get into trouble, slap you 5.
Wow, sorry, I just went off in about 8 different directions there. But yeah, like... what else? Oh, and I guess this is... Sorry to talk to Star whilst you're about, because I don't think I even said hi to Crystallion when they came in, so I'm just being a jerk. Shit, did I say hi? Numbers, did I say hi to you when you came in? Man, I am bad at manners. But yeah, so Star, the gig that I'd like to go to on Tuesday night, they've changed the lineup. And while sadly, MC Frontlot isn't playing, Mega Ran is, along with like Bitshifter, who is one of the OG Mac Daddies of chiptunesian nonsense. So I'm very excited for that. That's my only must. And the thing that we're both a thing of, I got my approval to go to that party. So those are like basically the two.
It's 3:04 and partner, why are you calling me for? I thought I was understood.
Well,
I'm so good on that.
Honest, like, Front and Mega Ran put on very different sets, and I've had a great time at both. And I haven't gotten the chance to see Front a lot live in 1,000 years. Yeah, I think the last time I saw Front live was the pre-pandemic Four Horsemen tour, when I found out that the Vera Project it's an all-ages venue, which means no booze on site. Sober is a challenge as a British man at a gig, let me tell you. Crux says the last time was at KOL Con? I don't know it. Yeah. Okay, now I'm just telling stories for my sake more than anything else. But I will say, back in the day, I was a huge fan of PAX before I went. Like, I was a fan of... Oh, Kingdom of Loathing Con. Okay. I was a huge fan of PAX, the ecology of it, the fact that it was a celebration of gaming rather than just trying to sell you games. It wasn't a trade show, it wasn't a consumer show, it was a convention first and foremost. That just happened to have all this cool shit. Like, it had its own musical identity, it had its own aesthetic and its own vibe. And while that's changed and morphed over the years, I still love that about PAX. But there was that thing of like listening to a whole bunch of these artists, formerly known as nerdcore, who, I listened to them, I was big fans of them, I finally got to see them live, and like, expectations were met and like superseded. So good. So yeah. And Mega Ran's one of those peeps that's always been really, really feckin' cool with me, regardless of whether I've been like a fan at his show, a business person in a meeting, or just like ambiently around. So I've got so much time for him as a person. Plus, the gig is at the DNA Lounge, which, if you've not been to it, the DNA Lounge is one part gig spot, one part pizza place. So you can go next door, get a slice of pizza, and then come back, which has saved me so many times. Oh, NerdClean used to run with a bunch of nerdcore artists. Lovely. I think it's fascinating. Okay, I don't know music genres like I know video games, but nerdcore is such a fascinating thing because it's kind of disappeared as a term, but only because those artists, they were kind of like the tip of the spear, and now that, nerdery is everything, nerd culture is just now culture. There are different subsects that may be seen as more or less nerdy, but it's not just seen as one block now. And so, because of that, musicians that create tunes based on, you know, what would be described as nerd culture, nerd pastimes. That's no longer a defining functionality because society changed, not the artists. I find that fucking wild. You know? But then again, I don't know music like I know games, so this could just be like, you know, my happy but uneducated self kind of projecting a little.
No doubt some of the expressions Mr. Romo has just used are unfamiliar to you. Let's examine
someone else is
some of
going
these
down.
phrases more closely.
Dig it. Dig yourself, baby. Forget it.
Oh shit, I haven't... Okay. I cannot say that you, as a video game creator, should be using TikTok. I cannot say that it is something that you'll need in your lives.
Well, yes.
But what I will say is there's a couple of titles I've become aware of that I've added to my wish lists ahead of time that have absolutely succeeded because of doing some cute little work on TikTok. And one of them I cannot wait to show you when it comes out. So this is a bit of a knee-jerk reaction, and I'm hoping to meet the team behind this at GDC. So this game is called Keepsake County, where you play a petty theft burglar stealing stuff from people's houses. And it is using like all of the great kind of immersive sim design philosophy stuff, but with this like sneaky non-combat focused nonsense as you steal rugs and bicycles from people's houses with this wonderful hand-drawn style. It feels like exactly the kind of chaos stuff. Yeah, rugs, you know, like a rug in someone's house. It's big money in rugs. But yeah, you literally run around with like a knockoff Tesco shopping bag and steal little things from people's houses. And that's it. And it wonderfully encapsulates that like bite-size, like high-speed, solve-it-your-way puzzle nonsense that we were always promised from like immersive sim design philosophy. And it's super silly. So yeah, I don't know if this game will be a banger. It looks fascinating, so consider giving this a wish list. But yeah, this is one of like a handful of titles that have popped up on my feed from varying social media nonsense, and gotta be honest, like, I'm really rooting for some of these games. However, it's very rare that a game I'm rooting for succeeds. Like, I think the last one that I was really hoping for that did gangbusters was Signalis. In fact, Signalis was so successful that I've been waiting to stream it until everybody else has had their session. Woland, Watto and Work. Well, Lizzie, I might be the focal point of it, but I'm not a player in that game. I don't get to play that game. Unless I get really drunk and buy dumb stuff and then don't remember I bought it and then it shows up. That technically puts me in the same category. I mean, Lizzie, it does mean that I can, like, feed the nugs, feed the animals, feed the humans. So there is an upside. So Woland says, how do you find all these cool games? Well, thank you for giving me a topic I love talking about. So the TLDR is I look at press releases, I look at Keymailer, I look at Steam's upcoming new releases, and I keep an eye on things like Screenshot Saturday and like it's strange indie spaces where a lot of these games get shared. It's not perfect, and like I don't know what's hot and what's not in the itch.io scene. And it's kind of hard to judge that one, at least at the moment. Plus, also, I'm lucky enough to have made friends with people that make fun and stupid and interesting and wild games. Like this one, called Leaf Blower Man, This Game Blows. This is the follow-up game to Rain on Your Parade, the game where you play a vengeful cloud causing trouble. Like, it's not that I had some kind of like super secret insider knowledge on that one. It's just Friendo's like, yo, this is my new game. And friends, if it's even half as funny as Rain on Your Parade, you deserve it in your wish list. But yeah, so Woland, basically, I don't sleep very well, and I am wild-eyed obsessed when it comes to the games industry. Both the business and presence of it, as well as the games. Ah, well, Woland, that is lovely of you to say. I think a lot of us here have the same kind of vibe in that because video games have been a large proportion of our lives, that we seek things that are slightly different, slightly interesting, slightly weird. You know, I don't find modern conflict war games to be interesting because I don't think they have anything new or interesting to say. But once but taking modern military shooter concepts and adding them into interesting scenarios intrigues me. Sorry, that little breakdown was, we've just had a hello. We've just had a hello from a new individual whose handle is Smellin' DeGeneres. God. I'm a sucker for a dumb pun. Anyway, hello, Watto, and welcome. I completely forgot what we were talking about. That, congratulations, your
Stop that incessant clicking.
Dom, no! Your pun-based username threw me off, and Dom has decided to pop on in and cause trouble. But Dom, thank you kindly. And Phyllis, I'm with you there. In fact, okay, we don't need to go through the whole spiel because we've talked about this like 8 times. We probably will again. But the fact that Call of Duty became a huge juggernaut by reinventing what it was to be a military shooter, like by doing something fresh and weird and original in the space, that then made it become the juggernaut of banality that it has become, I find wild. It's not a Dom, it is not a cult. It's not a cult. You want to see what a cult looks like? Look up Car World. Car World, New York. That shit's wild. Oh, actually, Numbers, I did see about that, but thank you for reminding me. So, there we go. So Numbers were just reminding me that Ket's doing more work on Cultastrophe. The get rid of your own...
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
Viking 64 Cat Heart.
Woland, thank you kindly. The reason I cackled at that, Woland, is if you look, the graphics there, all the dots in your name, create this little like wobbly line, and for some reason that cracked me up.
If a joke with the word defenestrate doesn't fly, just chuck it out the window and start over.
Yes, I'm with Numbers. Boo that man. Boo that puns. But also thank you for the 200 bits that keep me alive. Yo. Oh, and Alnus, once again, this is Two Mellows, Memories of Tokyo Toe. It is a inspired fan album based around Jet Set Radio Future. Sorry, I should have mentioned that sooner. I do apologize. And Van Beast and Legend, thank you for filling the pint glass, even though it was unemptied by a criminal. Fucking terrors, a lot of you. What was I saying? Oh yeah, just oh, Indrid, how are you doing? Watto and welcome. It is evening. We are having a banter and a natter and a hangout. How are you doing? Sorry, Indrid says they're doing well. Just got done playing a little bit Diablo 4. How's it been treating you all? Actually, like, quick show of hands, how many of you have been having a potter out with Diablo 4? Because regardless of our feelings about, you know, ActiBliz, ABK, or anything like that, Diablo 4 is going to be a monumental release. Lizzie, no! God, just... You can't... Petty terrors. Lizzie just yells back at me, I do what I want! Okay, so Wallace has never played when they were teens. I guess that's one of those points where I can't...
Cause Lizzie asked nicely.
Fuck! It's no big deal, Quasi. It's just $50 fucking dollars. Quasimoto, you put a lot of money into keeping this operation going. So thank you for that enough, right? I got a lumpy face, my head is scraggly. I'm all lonely, nobody. And Lizzie, you know I've got nothing I can do to stop you. Just Quasi, seriously. Thank you. Yeah, now I'm trying to think about me and Diablo as a Wii, and my brain's just like, whoa! I like Diablo 2. I got kind of obsessed with it, but I never played it quite the same level as others. I went out and tried to find all the Diablo clones I could. There was one where you played as like 4 samurai, and I was obsessed with it. Air Dragon was saying that Diablo 4 is doing nothing new, but nothing fancy. Hybrid of Diablo 2 and 3, and connection issues aside, been fine. Okay. I don't know it would, Legend. I don't know it would. And I'm not complaining about having an incredible group of people that keep the long ship afloat. I am not complaining about that at all. But I think they'd still find me. Okay, Waffling was saying that a lot of the Diablo fans are very happy right now. That's lovely to hear. You know, it's definitely one of those situations while I will absolutely critique how Blizz, ActiBliz, ADK, how these varying entities have treated their people. But, like, the creation of Diablo 4 has been a long, long process. And there's been a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, you know what I mean? Like, it's not something that I think I'm going to have the time and the ability to get into. Sorry, I guess I'm just doing a drawn-out version of, like, yo, I am happy that people getting into Diablo 4 are having a good time, you know what I mean? And while that's a very good point, it is very difficult to keep the soul of a game when a team gets that big. So one of the things I've been promising you all for 1,000 years, and we will do at some point, was that Ket and I would talk about this usually at Negative Breakfast until like fucking 6 o'clock in the morning. But basically, we have always discussed the children of Diablo 2, right? So the idea that, you know, Diablo 1 was good, Diablo 2 was one of those games that just set the pace for everything in the industry. And I think about it a whole bunch, and that Diablo 2 was so influential that it created a slew of games that owe all of their DNA to it. They are the children of Diablo 2 in all but name. So Torchwood is a very good example. And what was really interesting is that Diablo 3 tried to... It was like a large corporate entity tried to guess a lot of what users wanted. And it wasn't bad, but there were certain decisions they made which... I'm trying to think how to phrase it. Diablo 3 had a lot of decisions made that came from a deconstructed business standpoint. And a lot of those ended up being things they would have to work out or work against in later patches. Oh, sorry, Quasi was saying which was more influential, Diablo 2 versus Warcraft, StarCraft. You know what, Quasi? If we were drinking, like, that's a great conversation to basically do like a long ship round table. Because, I mean, we're arguing about like the influential impact of art, but that would be a great conversation. I'm not going to engage it now because I'd want to have like a fucking tankard of like gin and tonic. Like a fucking bottle of mead under one arm, you know what I'm saying? But we'll come back to that one. Air Dragon was saying that that the auction house ruined Diablo 3. What was interesting is that the auction house was a reaction to a thing that was happening in Diablo 2. Now, yes, there was obviously a bit of, like, we can make some moolah on this. But there was already an underground item trading black market in Diablo 2, where third-party sites were selling legendary items with stats. So, if you looked at it like a business person, we pop on our business hat and we go, right, what do our consumers want? What are they spending money? You know, the consumer is always right in matters of taste. And if the consumers wish to buy items from other people, we should facilitate that, right? But it's such a business decision that's taken completely out of context from an experience like Diablo. Like... Like, it's kind of fascinating. Actually, no, it's not kind of fascinating. It's super duper whooper fascinating, and I love talking about this stuff. Hell, this is why you always get so many, like, thank yous from me when we're hanging out. I cannot believe that 50 of you want to hang out and talk about this.
Maybe something's wrong.
Yeah, numbers. Yeah, the quote is very important. I got taught it wrong, but the lesson from the misquote is one that I think is still incredibly valuable, which is what's so fucking hard. So the guy that made Selfridges had this famous quote, which is, "The customer is always right." And as I'm sure you know, that has been quoted and thrown around for 1,000 years. What I got taught is that the meaning of "the customer is always right" means that you let the customer buy what they want. Let them tell you if your customer comes into your store and you sell candles, and the customer says, I want to buy that table, you sell them the fucking table. Now, the actual quote is, the customer is always right in matters of taste, which was referring to this move from like tiny stores to department stores. And so if someone comes in and, you know, they want a lime green suit and, you know, hot pink snow mittens as an outfit, you go, yes, your taste is impeccable. That is great. You sell them that. You don't question are you sure you want to look that way? Now, obviously, I don't think anybody should be judging people's attire, but you know what I'm saying. However, as I'm sure any of us that have worked in customer service have now had to listen to that feckin' quote, meaning that the customer is always right, that whatever the customer says to you is meant to be correct, which it is not. So yeah. I say just just correct people. The customer is always right, and you leave it a beat and go, in matters of taste. Excuse me. The quote is, the customer is always right in matters of taste. Or see if you can get a job at a dive bar where you're allowed to call people a effing being seeing bad word if they're being exactly that. Sorry, Soviet just says the existence of Karens brought that quote into a serious question. What's that? White people ruining things? My word! I kid. It does amuse me, though, that the term Karen has moved from being a person's name to referring to a very unloved character class. Oh, sorry, before we got onto that particular nonsense, what were we talking about? Oh, like the children of Diablo 2. Yeah. See, there is this fascinating thing that happens sometimes with game development companies where through massive success, they lose track of kind of like the heart of a project that people were attracted to, the reason why Game X became such a massive seller. And I wouldn't say that Diablo 3 is a complete failure or a gigantic departure. But yeah, you can absolutely see where it shifted from understanding their user base to trying to anticipate the user base and balance the business nonsense, you know what I mean? Oh, and numbers, you're entirely correct. And yes, no, Air Dragon, you're entirely spot on. Like, there was a time where the Diablo, Warcraft, Starcraft pillars were some of the hugest parts of the industry. There was a time when Blizzard could do no wrong. And looking back on it now, no development studio could ever survive that kind of reputation, you know what I mean? The joke used to be, like Blizzard was a forever studio. Nobody leaves Blizzard. You know? Also, they gave you a sword and shield if you stayed there long enough, which was pretty bloody cool. Each year there'd be a different sword and a different shield handed out, so it would be very rare for two people to have the same combo, which I do appreciate. So Soviet said, didn't Westwood Studios have some good stuff aside from the CNC series that could have been pretty influential? Yes, unfortunately they fell to the EA machine. Buggers. They absolutely aren't the last people to suffer from that one, but the TLDR is that for a long time in the 90s and 2000s, EA would buy up studios that were very influential in their space, then push them into making games outside of their space, like drive them into the ground and then evaporate them. And Westwood really suffered. Like, I do think Command & Conquer Renegade was an interesting concept, and I would have loved to have seen it expanded upon, but... But yeah, when you think about how many studios that were literally the blood and bricks and mortar of the games industry that EA has owned over the years that they have just fucking destroyed. Like... breaks my little heart. Sorry. It was me going off into the distance. Like, it was lovely that we got Lionhead Studios, but like, Peter Molyneux's career started out with like some independent stuff that became Bullfrog. Bullfrog got picked up by EA, and EA ran that team into the ground until everybody basically bugged out with Molyneux when he set up his own studio. You know? You all know my thoughts and feelings on BioWare, how BioWare are very much leveraging their external perception to stay alive.
Just use your imagination.
Like, it's heartbreaking. Yeah, Tree Gamer, it's... so many studios have been ruined by EA. And I hate understanding the insanity of it all. So what happened was EA are responsible for a lot of huge IPs. And these IPs make fuck you money. Which, if you're not familiar with the term, means that you can tell anyone fuck you. Things like FIFA Ultimate Team were, I don't know if it's still the case, but were making more money than sin. And it was impressive and horrifying and scary. I don't know if the Ultimate Team system is still printing cash like it's nobody's business. But they are the absolute... they are the absolute poster child of the nefarious loot box. And so what happens is that... studios like BioWare are put up against studios producing FIFA Ultimate Team. And, you know, in these big investor meetings, it's like, oh, we're spending this much money to make a new BioWare game. And we're spending this much money to make a new FIFA game. This BioWare game makes meh. This FIFA game makes blah. And if you think I'm hyperbole, no, those are the actual numerical values vocalized. And so in that instance, despite them being these huge monoliths of the industry inside the EA ecosystem, they're the sad wee baby brothers. They're the teeny wee teeny baby babies. And when something like, Anthem comes out, like, holy crap, that's when the internal cannibalization starts. So yeah. And Tree Gamer, I do miss Bullfrog. I wish things had shook out differently for Lionhead. As a kid, I got to do some beta testing over at Lionhead 1,000 years ago. Yeah, give me my ambient drum and bass. Because I guess we're just having a natter before I start packing for GDC, right? Yeah, I got to do a few bits of beta testing over at Lionhead Studios back in the day, and then I was invited to work there for a summer, working on Black and White Creature Isles, the expansion pack to Black and White. So that was kind of where I cut my teeth. Yeah, it was really good. After that, I went into computer science in college, quit that because I thought I was too fucking smart. Then blagged my way into a drama course. My journey in and out of the games industry is fucking wild. Well, I guess because if we haven't met before, hello. So here's the story of Will. I cut my teeth at Lionhead. There isn't a lot that happens for me games industry-wise apart from working on that, but my first official credit is Black and White Creature Isle. I ended up falling into film and television after my parents threw me out at 19, and so I just was kind of sofa surfing, diet homeless mode until I got a job as a runner at a post-production house. Did that for a few years until like the 2008-2009 recession. Couldn't get any more work because I was like very specialist and everything was collapsing. So around about that time, I managed to get a job working video games retail, and then I managed to score a gig as a QA tester at Sega because I had some grounding from back in the Lionhead days. And so yeah, I worked a minimum wage job at Sega Europe, testing, well, primarily Total War, but I also did a little bit of like Jambo Safari in German and a couple of other little titles when they needed people. And that was a proper like flat open plan office. You know, you aren't a person, you are a number. You will test until you die, and if you die, another will take your place. Honestly, the camaraderie was good, and it was a good grounding. Then from there, I ended up working at the Creative Assembly as an in-house tester. Then I got moved from in-house to embedded, which means that instead of being in the testing pool at CA, I was with the multiplayer team on Shogun 2. And from there, the community team snapped me up, and I mean, the rest you probably know. Did Rally Point at CA for a gajillion years until I left that for Improbable. Left Improbable for Rocketworks. Left Rocketworks because my life spiraled out of control. Did like publisher consultancy stuff. Got offered a job out in Seattle. That was a fucking disaster. But it was with friends and it got me out here. Now I sit in front of you all. Coffee in hand. My jibber jabber going. My natter and banter powers unleashed. Talking about the games industry. Numbers, I am disappointed at myself of how many times I read your joke about Final Fantasy X before I got it. And yeah, numbers. If not for that awful job, I wouldn't be in this seat. I wouldn't know you, numbers, and there's a load of you here I wouldn't have met, so... Vanderbeest is determined to bring up my more embarrassing moments in the industry. A random will fact, I'm canonical in the Sonic universe. I am the face and voice of Willimus the Roman from Sonic and Friends All-Star Racing Transformed. That is my weirdness. Tree Gamer, I couldn't agree more. The history of video games is so fascinating and so weird and so unique. I love talking about it. And it kind of feels like it's ours, you know? I don't mean to do a disservice to music or cinema or literature, but like, those have all been going for a bloody long time. And they have their established people, their pillars, their patterns. Video games? Who the fuck knows? It's all still happening all the time. It's great. And Ragnar, yes, it is incredibly sad that Lance Reddick passed away, but no person is forgotten whose name is still spoken. And that is a gentleman who will never be forgotten. So cheers to him. Oh wait, Moose, which one's the puppy's command? Hang on. What did you do to me? Oh, yeah, that was me getting attacked by dogs. I don't know, do you all want to rewatch Will getting attacked by dogs? Or should we just continue on and never speak of it? Well, while you're deciding whether or not you want to watch me get attacked by dogs, Tree Gamer is just pointing out that it's a very young field. It is. With so many of the first people in the industry still around and still make games. No other entertainment sector has that kind of thing right now, I know, and it's just wild. It's why I end up kind of being a fan of the industry that I'm in. Like, you can go and talk to industry legends, and what's fascinating is that their view is still so incredible, but the industry moves so quickly and so fast that they're not magical auteurs which we could not possibly reach to achieve. A lot of them were just the right people at the right time. And yes, they have a command and an understanding, which is just wonderful to unpack and discuss. But, like, there's nothing stopping any of you all from being one of the next big names in the space. Again, luck and time. Vanderbeest wants to see me pet the puppers. All right. So, for those of you who haven't seen it, back when I was working on Total War, we had a distinct dislike of boring unboxing videos. I really hated that at the time, because of the success of the Nintendo White Glove unboxing videos, every team was doing an unboxing video of their like collectors or their what have you.
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
Dowsett, thank you for the 21 months. Watto and welcome. We're about to watch me get attacked by dogs. Because there's a bunch of new people here, so feck it. Why not show you my moments of shame? Why not? Feckin'. Alright. So, I really disliked boring unboxing videos. And Craig, who was both my friend and my boss at the time, felt the same way. And I couldn't tell you at what point we were joking about wouldn't it be funny if we got attacked by dogs while trying to unbox a game, and we were in an attack dog facility in Swansea. But we were. Oh, and Navi, you can absolutely root for these dogs. This was a special facility that trains protection dogs for the home. So they are safe to have around kids and animals and whatnot. Like, they are lovely, but they are trained to, with, you know, command words and stuff to protect. So, yeah. I actually, like, yeah. You know what? I'm just going to roll it. This is one of the video assets that I'm simultaneously proud and ashamed of in equal measure. Plus, this is from, like, 2013 as well.
Good legs. Good boy, Waggy. You gotta give him a kick. Oh, God! Ah! Ow! That one hurt. Hold him. Good boy. Stop. Oh, he's good. Good boy. Good boy. Dragging him out. Lad, hold it. Solution. Surprised they had to get up.
So that's what I did for my job one day. But there you can see, there's us hanging out with Waggy, and he's giving me little kisses, and he was letting us hug stuff. It was so good. Oh. And Attila, Rome 2 is great. Now, I understand why people were frustrated when it came out, you know what I'm saying? I'm very proud of the work I did on Rome 2, and I'm very proud to have my name to it, you know what I mean?
For building your catapult. You're seeing well in one of the rally points trying to build this.
Wow, wow.
So that was the Total War Rome 2 Collector's Edition.
Yes.
And if you want to pre-order this sucker for yourselves, you can do. Just check out the links below.
But do not haste. Do not slow down, because there ain't many left.
So big thank you to everyone at A1K9 Limited here.
And yeah,
thank you guys so much.
Numbers.
This
I
was
look
amazing.
so much younger in
And
that.
terrifying.
But it's mainly
And
because I
amazing.
look like a skeleton wrapped in ham. I don't look like a person. I'm much happier looking like people now. Oh, and Attila, that's lovely of you to say. Like, I'm glad you really enjoyed it. Yeah, I was real proud of working on it. I was real proud of working on it, you know? Quasi, it was a different time, a different will. Yeah, Numbers, it's mostly the cheeks, because I have cheeks now. Look at this. This is actual flesh. This isn't just, like, cling film over bone. Also, the beard's a little bit better, you know? I can't help it. It's just a good beard. Oh. What was really cool about that shoot was that they let us... Hang on. And some tunes. Oh, Ragnar, the suits were so heavy and so hot. But there's something primal in the human brain that when an attack dog is sprinting at you, all your heat and exhaustion is immediately forgotten. So it's one of the most exhausting things I've done. And yes, Numbers, it was pre the undershave, which I much, much, much prefer. But yeah, so what was really fascinating about that is that the facility let us do that shoot for free, on the proviso that we show the dogs just like hanging out and being cute as well as kicking our ass. Because they were worried about the press just seeing us get wrecked by Waggy the dog. Not specifically Waggy, but you know what I mean. And I was like, wait, hang on. So you're going to let us produce this asset for free, so long as we say thank you to you specifically, and we have to cuddle the dogs? Oh no! How will I cope? I must cuddle dogs to progress. Right? So when Waggy's like, can I lick your face? I'm like, yes you can, Waggy. Yeah. So I guess for those of you who just found us, like, for a time in the industry, I was known for 2 videos, which was that one and the Hot Pepper Gaming one. It's weird, like, it still gets brought up sometimes. And I'm kind of conflicted these days when I think about it, because on the one hand, I don't think that people in the video games industry should be made to suffer for their jobs. You know, not all of them were numpties that grew up on Jackass. And again, that was filmed in the UK. I've got the NHS if that dog breaks my shin bone, you know what I'm saying? But, yeah. I have a penchant for self-destruction that works very well in a marketing sense. Anyway, sorry, what were we talking about before we started talking about Degs? I'm desperately trying to remember. And I think it has dropped out of my head. Yep, I think it has dropped out of my head. Oh, yeah, we're talking about the absolute wild ride that is the games industry. Fucking yo! And, yeah. Well, I mean, admittedly, like, GDC kicks off pretty much Monday through Saturday. I think the convention halls open on either Tuesday or Wednesday. But I'm going to be amongst the movers and shakers, the glorious and the great of the games industry. Well, for those that can afford to go to San Francisco in 2023. But I'm looking forward to it. Oh, I mean, Attila, I wish I could tell you the tales of the people that worked so hard on Rome 2, both before and after. Like, my job was just to make sure people knew about it, and to make sure that I was, like, talking with all the cool peoples who like the game. Before it was called, like, influencer marketing. It just used to be called outreach, and that was my specialty. I was community outreach. So I got to work with all of, like, the YouTube crowd and what would become the Twitch crowd and stuff like that. And they were feckin' great. Like, my day involved talking with people who fecking loved the game series I worked on and was so stoked to be there. Games industry's fucking wild. No, you know what, Woland? I'm actually gonna give myself some credit. I am lucky enough to know a lot of cool people. It's actually one of the reasons why I started doing like developer interviews on online, was because thanks to the fact that I've gone to so many events and GDCs and stuff like that, I've gotten to know super cool people. A lot of whom are silently lurking around you now. Friends. Extremely cool game developers, maybe closer than they appear. But yeah, I've been really, really lucky with that, and I fucking love talking about them. They're all so feckin' cool, and very few of them have a feckin' ego on them. Oh, heck! So, no, Attila, do you mean that you lived in the city of Rome? Or that you just spent so much time in the game that you lived in it? Because both are valid. Ragnar says, how does one get into voice acting for video games? With great difficulty. You have to do it before you get paid to do it. And I know that sounds ridiculous because you shouldn't work for free or for exposure, but unfortunately you need to demonstrate so much like ability and deliverables before it starts becoming something you're regularly paid for. That's all I can recommend. Do a buttload of it before you start to pitch yourself to like either studios or agents. My recommendation would be picking either visual novels or titles that have large amounts of dialogue where they will never have the budget to give it proper voice acting, and just do some basic demo reels. So like shit, here's one of my favorite. No, that's the Anacrusis. Why do they have the same skill pattern? What was the game about the robots in love again? Shit, what's that called? It was something... A Day of Maintenance. Alright. So Ragnar, here is a great game. This game is called A Day of Maintenance. You play a big rig repair trucker robot. And you have a partner in deep space. Your job is to drive around this desert wasteland, make sure all the antenna and varying equipment for guiding spaceships is all working as it's supposed to, and intermittently you have calls with your partner. Your partner is a deep space robot who works on the satellites that guide spaceships out of Earth's atmosphere. It's an incredible game, it's great to play, and the developers behind it never made enough cash to get it fully VO'd. There are whole swaths of this game that would be great to try your hand at. So what you could do is pick a 10-minute section of gameplay and give it a professional voiceover. Demonstrations like that will get you a long way. But again, it's worth noting, like, a very good friend of mine, Alex, he cut his teeth doing fan voiceovers for Homestuck back when that was a thing that people talked about. And honestly, like, it took him well over a decade to start getting regular paid gigs in the space. You know, I got lucky with the VO stuff I've done, but it's not something that people are banging my door down for, you know what I'm saying? and Dustin, I'm glad you had a lovely dinner. Oh, okay. So, GDC coming. I will be flying at stupid o'clock this morning, so you probably won't hear from me for a good couple days. I'll probably try and blep in Discord, but I'm also coordinating a few groups and hangouts and whatnot. Next week, streams will be random and intermittent. If I am able to stream from the field, I absolutely will. But my goal is to try and film both the highs and lows. So I'm gonna try and do 2 videos while I'm out and about in the field. I'm gonna try and do you all a here is the very best of what Judica has to offer, and here is the fact that GDC is an absolute honking stinker. I am going to do some little in-depth stuff on some of the videos, some of the sections that are worth knowing about, and I'm going to do a lot of point and laugh at the companies that couldn't pivot out of NFTs quick enough before they died. Dustin says, wait, GDC Thrabol? I wouldn't do GDC Thrabol because I know too many people, and it might get personal. Moose was saying, wait for Nolan North and Troy Baker to retire on the voice acting front. I mean, I didn't even realize that GM to the Stars Manny Mercer was the OG voice of Leon from Resident Evil 4. Man, that blows my tiny mind. I had no idea. And Shackle says, quick check-in. In Sea of Thieves, the bright glowing green crossed sword sails that is an Xbox pad is the expert bad word sales. I don't remember how you get the... Oh, was it not him? Okay, Fearless. That makes me feel better, because I was like, I'm sure I would have noticed. Who did play Leon in Resident Evil 4? Oh, Paul Mercer takes the role in 4. So a Mercer was involved. Okay. Unless that's the new one. Fascinating. Sorry. Oh my word. Okay, sorry. Jumping back. So yeah, so those are my goals through GDC. I'm gonna try and do some live streams. I'm gonna try and do some video work from the show floor. I've got to see if I've got like a good solid battery pack and some charging wires for keeping it all together. I think this GDC is going to be very important. In the business franchise side? Oh god. In the business development side, the death of crypto and the immediate pivot to AI is going to create this fucking weird juxtaposition. Like, I was joking on Twitter, but I think we're going to see people who are putting like post-its over their banners, replacing meta with AI. I think it's going to be very funny. I also think that the current financial situation is going to leave people a little bit off kilter, a little bit like, I don't want to say desperate, that's the wrong word, but things are going to be strange out there. So the vibe could be any which way. It could be camaraderie, the game is great.
I say, good developer, is your neural network on the blockchain?
Shackle, thank you for the bits. Sorry, I don't know why, Shackle, but that just made me think of, you know that scene from Constantine where to get into the club they have to guess the card? It's like you hold up a card and you look them in the eye and they're like, is it on the blockchain? That's how you know that they are a villain. I don't know why, that's just where my brain went. Sorry, but Joe Benjamin back. I don't know if there's going to be a sense of camaraderie. I don't know if there's going to be more of a sense of competition and tribalism. I don't know how it's going to be this year. Because last year was kind of like the first return post-plague. And so there was definitely a, we're all in it together. So what does this year look like? And I want to try and capture as much of that. For good or ill, this is going to be a turning point year for video games. Because...
Okay, but hear me out. AI blockchain collectible NFTs.
Oh shit, Crux! You've cracked it! It's the $1 million idea. There we go. Why are we collecting them? What are they for? No. Don't ask questions. Shh. What do you mean there's no standardization between any of them? They don't work in any video game or digital space created at all. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Sorry. It's the, anytime anyone brought up critiques of the air quotes metaverse, and the response was always, don't worry about it, it's fine. It's fine, don't worry about it. Ah, cannot wait. The walk of shame is going to be hilarious. Sorry, by walk of shame, I mean the devs that paid for their booth last year when everyone was riding high on the crypto bucks, who probably don't have the money to not go, and are still going to have to be shucking their wares. And okay, look, it is easy for me to point and laugh, because, like, where do I fit in the games industry? I'm a consultant, I'm a critic, you know, I'm an orbiting entity, but, like, I don't have any skin in the game, you know? If NFTs had turned out to be the new paradigm, I would have had to have, like, eaten some gravel, but it wouldn't have been the end of me. So yes, it is easy for me to sit here and point and laugh, but this was just such an obvious the king has no clothes situation. It didn't make good biz dev sense. It didn't make good evil money sense. It's just dumb. But it was crafted in in this absolutely self-contained bubble where critique was considered an allergen. Like, it was this insane self-contained environment. And I don't know... I'm a little worried what would have happened if there'd been even a modicum of success in that space. Do you know what I mean? What Roland was saying, isn't that any bubble? Well, so like, if we take the .com bubble, the .com bubble had value initially. There wasn't the infinite growth potential that everyone kept saying. But there are a lot of people that got very rich off of the .com bubble early on. Whereas, like, aside from a few people who have pulled massive scams, like, this was entirely speculative. Like, this was some pre-release theory crafting to the tune of millions of dollars. Hell, I'd put the Magic the Gathering theory crafters on a much better standpoint than a lot of the metaverse setup. Because, like, so Roland, with the dot-com bubble, the internet existed. Websites were happening. The metaverse doesn't exist. And all of the companies around it are trying to sell proprietary or interactive or additional elements to a thing that doesn't exist yet. Because, you know, the tech sphere was convinced they were 2 steps away from it. Now, the game dev amongst us will know that until it's released, it doesn't do everything you say it does. And to sell third-party proprietary technology that would interact with a thing that hasn't been finished or released, like, fucking wet. And, like, the core of the dot-com bubble was people were going to be online. And they were. We are. Like, hello! I'm coming to you live from the internet. Whereas the metaverse didn't exist, and if it had existed, it would have been a closed platform. Ragnar says the plot of Ready Player One, well, the ad's looking more real. Yeah, but sorry, Ragnar, you are correct. But the thing is, if you could make Ready Player One, why would you have other people with less veritable, less trusted software interacting with your platform? Why wouldn't you just make a closed platform? Like, let's be honest. You could time travel, right? You can time travel and you go back to the birth of the internet and you make it so that you are the internet. Any and all transactions on the internet go through your company, right? No more phone companies, no more ISPs, it's all you. That is how you would absolutely command and dominate. And when you look at the metaverse, if it did everything they said it was going to do, it was going to be a replacement for, you know, our workplace offices. We'd all be working from home. It was also going to be our social hangout space, our entertainment space, you know, gaming, movies, etc. Why? Why on earth would you share that revenue? Like, and this is what we talked about, like the difference between like good evil and bad evil. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't say good evil. I'd say like smart evil and dumb evil. It's dumb evil. Because, like, Apple are fighting tooth and nail to not have people go around their store and their system because they want that sweet 30% cut. Like, Cryosticks, you can have that idea for free. Congratulations. You're the internet now. Yeah, and Woland, now the metaverse is dead. Long live AI. Anyway, we've talked a lot about this here. We will be talking a lot about this as it moves forward. But at this point, like, you know, I'm that guy who's trying to guess a fucking Marvel movie having seen 2 trailers. Like, I can only go over the same data that you all have. You know, I don't know what a GDC trailer looks like. And I promise you, friends, that if I had the cash, I would also do a GDC anime intro. I don't know why, but it's a thing I've always wanted to make. But it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Because what happens when you have these technological booms, or these speculative booms, I should say, in the game space, is that there's always a couple of companies who are still desperately hanging on. Like, usually what happens is when you have something like NFTs, every company is like fucking sprinting off the starting line to get something functioning as quick as possible so that some person in Silicon Valley will go, would you like some money? Like, get that lovely like investment capital going, right? And what sometimes happens is that that company is so quick off the starting boards that they actually get momentum going before the technology is poo-pooed or doesn't work, or it is proven that there's actually no market for it. So leaving them in this horrible state where they've passed the hill, like, welcome to sunk cost fallacy valley. And what do you do in this point? You keep going? You keep reciting the words that last year was doctrine and this year are mockable. Like, what do you do? So yeah. Oh yeah, no, and Fearless, like, I am very glad that those two principles were there starting up the internet, and for good or ill, they have come to shape both the best and worst parts of it, and I certainly would not want an internet controlled by a singular company. No one wants that. But, you know, if you wanted to time travel for world dominance, you could be that person. That's smart evil. Wallen says they know a guy made $500,000 selling NFTs. I mean, it does happen. But for every one person that had some luck, what you don't see is everybody who got fucking wiped out. Actually, I was looking for this meme earlier today. Are you all familiar with the term survivor bias? You're familiar with the term survivor bias? Let me... You know what? You probably are, but let me talk about this because I love chatting about this. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Oh man, these peeps even have like the full... Oh no. Alright, bear with me just a second. There we go. Right.
Remember, NFTs were worth nothing before, and will be worth nothing in the future. Every dollar someone made with NFTs is a dollar someone else lost on NFTs.
Yes, that is a very, very good point. So yeah, I'm just going to go over this because I love talking about this. This is also something that gets brought up a lot when people talk about indie game development and indie game investment. And Shackle, thank you for the bits. Alright, so, welcome to Survivor Bias. And this is our plane. Now, this is the main one used primarily when it comes to survivor bias. And on the plane, you see a general heat map of every place where this particular plane got shot. So, if we go by this data, surely, as Slides 2 says, we just apply more armor plating to the located areas and we're fine, right? But the thing is, this is survivor bias data. This is only the data of the planes that made it back, because anyone where everybody got fucking killed, the plane blew up, or any other numerous amount of things where people got destroyed, the plane never comes back. It's silence, there's no data. So if we're just looking at a data set, we're only looking at the data of those that made it. And I find that fascinating, but the reason why, I'm sorry, I'm going to be an arsehole. The reason why I was looking up this earlier in the day is someone was posting this particular image today talking about, you know, here we go again with GDC, where everyone's going to be talking a big game about how dead easy it is to make $1 gajillion. It's just survivor bias. And I was reminded of Damian Crawford's brilliant, check it out, new survivor bias just dropped. I'm sorry, I know that is gross, but it continues to make me laugh. And I find it to be much more poetic when talking about nufters and speculative crypto and shit like that. Because here's the thing, those planes, they still flew. Right? They still did something. Right? Now, Woland. I mean, environmental storytelling at its finest. Legends like, Will, I was eating! You're welcome. You are welcome. Anyway, next time someone's telling you about, like, their tech thing and how dead easy it is to make cash and how it's all going, just think of that. I mean, Navi, that's the thing. Don't stand there, that's the safe spot. Like, that's the brilliance of it. It's like, oh, it's fine, look. You know, if you stand exactly there, you don't get pee on you. Sorry, Fred's like, and I'll take uncomfortable things to come back to for 400. Fred, new survivor bias meme just dropped. I'll pop that in Discord after the show so you can all use that next time somebody's like just running their mouth about something. And Scotty, what and welcome. How are you doing, friend? Oh. Sorry, bear with me just a second, friends. Oh. I'm just glad we can have these silly little talks. So, okay. I don't think there's anything else really to be bantering or covering. I should start getting myself packed and get ready. Yeah. At this point, friends, I'll keep you all as up to date as I can. What I'll probably do is short form videos from via TikTok, so I can put those up on YouTube. I'll try and do some like long form walkthroughs of certain sections. So if you haven't found my dumbass on YouTube or TikTok, just ask people in the long ship. They'll probably be reposting them for me. Actually, yeah, friends, if you're not in our little Discord, we have opened up the gates again. So if you'd like to come on over, one, I'm very proud of it. We have squads dedicated to Sea of Thieves, Final Fantasy XIV, D&D and stuff like that. But also, it's where all my bloody friends are. So you'd be more than welcome to come along. And if I'm not able to stream, I'll be using those to do like daily updates and stuff. Flowers says, repost it to Instagram. I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a shot, Flowers. Me and Instagram aren't always friends, but I'll try. I'll try. Well, Scott, I hope you're having a great weekend. If any of you are looking to play the new season of Sea of Thieves, we do have a buttload of pirates who are heading out in multiple sessions. Oh, my life. Sorry, completely unrelated to anything. I was leaning back and I was like, fuck, have I got a bruise on my back? It's where Amos kicked me in the back this morning. My boy is strong. So yeah, so those are going to be the main methodologies by which we'll be able to keep hanging out throughout the GD of C. So Keldra, I've made a decision. Dabs will return for Longship Day. So when I get back from GDC, that means it'll be about a week and change before Longship Day, which will be our 5th anniversary. Which means that for 5 years, this has been a full-time operation on Twitch.television. We have outlived Anthem, we have outlived Artifact, we have outlived Google fucking Stadia. Ragnar says, after GDC, you have to tell us about your new Will AI. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. You'll come back and there's just like a low-poly PS1 Will being like, how about them numpties? Sure like Gundams. Indie games. What's the deal with them? Followed by a mistimed laugh track. We've outlived the Confederacy. Ha! Love it. Love it. Nah, Scotty Doggy, the new season's been real good. It's been real good. Yeah, R.I.P. Ouya 2. I mean, on live. I mean, Stadia. Right. So let's see who's kicking around. Right. Oh, you can't raid me! I was gonna raid you! Look at me. Look at me. You're not allowed. I'm supposed to be raiding you. You can't Uno Reverso. The Unrequited Library. Watto and welcome. I can't believe you've done this. I can't believe you've done this. Oh. So, friendos, legends, longshipians, the Unrequited Library is a wonderful, wonderful individual and a stream absolutely worth your time. Please, 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 I put a shout out up. Give them a follow, you will not regret it. They also have served under the strange banners of the nation of the games industry. I bloody will entertain them then! Go ahead, yeah. But it's lovely to see you. And I get to see you at GDC, which is fucking great. Oh, Tree Gamer, I am going to have a bloody good GDC, whatever happens. And it was lovely chatting with you all. As I said, I'll try and keep you all updated while I'm in the field, be it via the medium of TikTok or otherwise. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, to the head librarian, I will see you on the morrow. Also, actually, to the head librarian, if you would like, on Discord we have basically like a Longship and Friends GDC group. I know there are a bunch of GDC groups at the moment, but we've got like a little like Will and Friends smaller one. If that's any value to you. Sean! Fucking hell. All the cool kids showing up, so we're trying to raid some cool kids. Okay. Actually, to the dear head librarian, before you put your head down, just let me a friend. Yes, because we are friends on varying platforms. Just send us your Discord username, and I will add you as a friend, and then add you to the thing. Sean, you know what? I am ready for this. I found out that one particular arse is trying to make his return to the games industry, so I was a bit grumbles. But you know what? I get to see you, the head librarian, so many people, and this particular GDC is going to be fascinating. So I'm very excited for it. So yeah, and Sean, like you're probably full of in all of the main groups, but I mean anybody here, game dev side, is more than welcome in my little cabal of Longship and Friends. Yeah, Sean, it is going to be a fucking spectacle for a bunch of reasons. And I'm focusing mostly on like trying to record and catalog what happens, because I think this is going to be a big turning point one. Plus, I am doing this on the cheapest of the cheap, so I'm hoping some of my friends are midway through big marketing budgets and can treat me to a Mel's Diner dinner. Either be a phoenix or a hurrah. It's either going to be Season 1 Attack on Titan or Season 4 Attack on Titan, and I don't know which. Sean, I will be in town from tomorrow. I'm being a bit cagey with my flight times in case any of the cheeky bad words are still keeping a hawk eye on me, but yeah. I'll be around from tomorrow. So yeah. So before we roll credits, before we find someone who isn't the head librarian to raid into, I want to say another thank you. We've talked about this a lot today. I just want to say to all of you, I mean, fucking thank you. I am incredibly privileged that I'm going to get to go to GDC and I get to hang out with all these people because of you lot, you know? You lot keep me afloat. The reason why I can afford to go. Friendos that I've met through, you know, streaming and whatnot are why I have a ticket, why I have a place to crash. I am I'm just the fucking mech pilot on this nonsense. You're built this machine. You're built this beast. I just get to drive it. And without getting into, you know, party fields o'clock. Thank you. I hope to do you all proud. Waving the banner of the longship. Yelling incoherent nonsense from the Yenabuena Gardens. Who knows? Maybe we'll be the people that help a few indies take over the world. That would be pretty bloody good. So, all of you, fucking thank you. Hey, Sean, I'll even provide some vaguely entertaining conversation for dinner as well, free of charge. I'm just dreaming about Mel's steak and eggs. Because it's, well, okay, God, probably the eggs prices have gone up, so I've probably got to actually order carefully in that one. Yeah, Mel's is a charm, and apparently Mel's is going to be open late again this year, so we don't all have to go to Denny's, unless we want to see Zalavir. You all know we love Zalavir here. We stan Strange Scaffold, but unfortunately a legacy for himself was made. Ragnar's like, Will, I have a mission for you. Annoy EA until they agree on an Underground 2 remaster. Friends, can you hear that? It sounds like the Snoop Dogg remix of Riders in the Storm playing softly over yonder horizon. God. Also, I mean, my other goal is to go see Ryan Clark and give him a big hug because Phantom Brigade has launched. And I can't... It's one thing that we will be streaming as soon as we have a slot, friends. As soon as we have a slot. Oh, beautiful. Right! I need to roll credits. I need to start getting my arse in gear. And I definitely need to get ready to go. I promise also, friends, that if I spot Zalavir in Denny's, I will take photo or video evidence. But yes, to that end, so we can't go to the unrequited library. Okay. So, friends, I have three choices for you. You could, if you would like, join in for another round of King of the Castle, the Twitch-integrated Jackbox of Thrones. One individual is playing it this evening, and it is very good. I can offer you a spot of Overwatch 2, which, while not the most interesting of titles, is being played by a good friendo. And last but by no means least, I can offer you the most frighteningly complex build of Oxygen Not Included. So have a thought as to what you would like while I say my thank yous. Because, I mean it, friendos, I'm just here because you all keep me here. I'm real fucking proud of that. I get to wear Beadora's badges. It's gonna be fucking great. So firstly, to all of you that have thrown money at my stupid face, to Quasi and Punspector, Keldra, Vanderbeast, Bacon Avenger, Crux, Shackle Draconis, Wolfcrad, Legend of Morad, and Ragnar Steiner, all of you, thank you so fucking much. Shout out to our incredible mod team. No!
Have yourself a nice drink. Or cheap drink. Depending on local prices.
I will turn that into booze. To Caffeine, Lizzie T. Power, and Rhymes with Moose, you continue to be fucking excellent. Thank you all so much. And Sarah BB was our new follow person, so I hope we get to chat with them some more. To Crux, Lance Icarus, Your Broken Friend, Rhymes with Moose, Smellin' DeGeneres, and Roland, as well as Dalnet. Like, whether you were hunted or whether you were celebrating long sprees, thank you. And to the Unrequited Library, thank you for an exceptional raid towards the end, even though I was going to raid you. And also, Tiny, like, Attila, like, I try not to be that guy that just talks your ear off about, games I used to work on. Because, like, I'm not part of the Creative Assembly anymore. I don't represent the Total War series. But I'm still proud of it. And I always find it's a bit gauche when someone who leaves a company does nothing but talk about that company. But sometimes it's nice to reminisce, I have so many great memories of working at CA that it's nice to be able to revisit them with you all. Also, Dustin yelled medieval nonsense. So I'm passing you all over to a crazy hippie, a Seattleite streamer who is currently playing more King of the Castle. So, have yourselves a fucking wonderful weekend. Head on over to the Discord if you want to see what's going down. And Sean, if you wanted, I do not mind adding you to the Longship and Friends group. But I'm sure you have enough groups. Pizza, add me. Alright, Sean, just let me your Discord name, okay? And I'll get that sorted ASAP. Right. Oh, C222. Do you want in on the Longship and Friends Discord group for GDC? Longship and Friends GDC group. You know what? Just DM me if you would like, because I know C222, you and I are already friendos on that space. God, here's me trying to sort things at like the 11th fucking hour. Why do you lot put up with me again? Right. Love to you all. Have an exceptional weekend. Do give my best to the crazy hippie. And yeah. For those at GDC, I will see you there. For the rest of you, I shall see you on the internet. To be continued.